subsidies and other assistance like that. But there will be, hey, now does that mean recession? Not necessarily, but I think the probability of recession here is higher than people think. And I would put it around 40%, which is meaningful.
Yes.
It's uncomfortable.
Right. Help me again with the consumer that, the modern statement is a K-shape. You literally invented this as a cottage industry years ago. I mean, help us here with a $1,500 disposable.
Hello, my name is Dr. Paul Cottrell, and we are live streaming today on YouTube. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. You can share the links, ask your social media to follow me to help support the channel. All these videos I do are for free, so please help support. You can also donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Click the link, it'll take you to my website. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee. You can also be a paid member to my Patreon channel or Substack channel. You can follow me on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble, TikTok, X, GETTR, Substack, lots of ways, Podomatic, Apple Podcast. You can watch live streams and listen to archived podcasts on my website under broadcast. So there's many ways to consume the content that I create. All this content is for free, so please help support the work. This video is going to go over the Iran war, what's the next steps, what's happening in the financial markets. Currently, the financial markets are trading based on some positive news. Trump is signaling maybe a de-escalation. He's going to do a speech tonight at 9 p.m. This live stream is on April 1st. And the oil markets are responding. WTI is trading at $98.70, around 80 cents. $98.80. Japanese yen is trading at 158, and VIX is trading at 24. The equity futures, because it is 7:48, New York hasn't opened up yet. The equity futures for the S&P 500 is trading at 6,623. So if you paid attention, you start buying, 6,500. This even went down to 6,300. You start buying, you made some money there. So please pay attention so you can benefit from some of the volatility. But the question is are we going to be escalating or are we going to be de-escalating the situation? There is mixed signaling that's taking place. Some people think that it's going to de-escalate rapidly after the 6th. Some people think that maybe there's going to be escalation for the next 2 weeks and then a de-escalation. Rubio seemed to be signaling that there's going to be further escalation in terms of military operations, maybe with ground troops. And then Trump in the Oval Office kind of was hinting at maybe a de-escalation rapidly. Who knows? But oil is responding and starting to sell off. Same thing with natural gas. Natural gas is starting to creep downward. So this is something that you have to pay attention to in terms of the cost of the energy futures markets and what's happening in the equity market. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate if you go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great supplements that I offer. Again, I do all these videos for free, and I'm telling you how to benefit from the news financially and also how to improve your health and wellness. These are products that I use every day. So please go to my store, get the structural needle silver soap. You can get it in lavender. You can get it in lemongrass that I have in stock, and you can also get it in peppermint. These are the ones that I have in stock right now. Get a few bars for your household. Structural needle silver soaps will help to improve your skin and help to neutralize because of the structural needle silver. Really important to take. I also have structural needle silver toothpaste. This will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help with the health of your gum line, reduce inflammation at the gum line. And with good oral hygiene, you are going to also be improving your cardiovascular health. A lot of people don't realize that poor oral hygiene can cause problems with your cardiovascular and valvular health. So it's really important to take a very high quality toothpaste. This has no fluoride and it has the structural nanosilver to neutralize. Super important, especially during the cold season. It's the best toothpaste that you can get. And also, vitamin D3. Vitamin D3 is super important. It helps with the gene expression. It's a gene expression cofactor, so your cells will perform properly. Vitamin D3 also helps with the cardiovascular health. Vitamin D3 will help with building denser bone, especially when you take in calcium and do resistance training. And vitamin D3 helps to get cells to go into apoptosis if they're infected. This is the reason why you want to take it during the cold season. So take vitamin D3 every day for proper health. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 on any order. It's all caps, discount 5. You get $5 off. I want you to save some money. Take these products regularly, and it'll help to slow down the aging process. And these are products that I use every day. With that, let's listen in to Fox News. This is about Trump potentially doing a major move with NATO.
President Trump addressing the nation tonight as the administration signals that an end to the war in Iran is just weeks away. This all comes just hours after the commander-in-chief gave an update on the results of Operation Ep54.
We had regime change already. We've knocked out one regime, then we knocked out the second regime. Now, regime change was not one of the things I had as a goal. I had one goal. They will have no nuclear weapon. And that goal has been attained. They will not have nuclear weapons.
Meantime, right now, officials are working to secure the release of an American journalist, Shelley Kittleson, believed to be kidnapped by an Iran-backed group in Baghdad. Fox News contributor and former CIA station chief Dan Hoffman joins me now. Dan, let's start with what the president said. Are you confident that 2 to 3 weeks is enough time to accomplish what we need to accomplish before we leave, in light of the fact that this is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to neuter Iran once and for all?
Yeah, I think that remains to be seen. Look, our goals have been pretty clear. It's to destroy Iran's defense industrial base, their ballistic missile program, the drone program, their navy, to destroy what's left of the nuclear program, somehow to gain control of the roughly 1,000 pounds of enriched uranium as well. Now we have to add to that dealing with the Strait of Hormuz. But those are all the things I think that the president will need to accomplish before we get out. You're right. Once we end the war, we don't want to have to go back in 6 months or a year. The president alluded to that yesterday. We don't want to have to, as the Israelis like to say, mow the grass and dig up the weeds again. We want to deal with this once and for all.
What does this timeline mean for U.S. troops potentially on the ground in Iran? Because when you hear 2 to 3 weeks, that does not give a lot of time to put our troops in an enemy combatant country and then pull them out.
Yeah, I think, look, the message to our troops is pretty clear. We've sent the 82nd Airborne Marine Expeditionary Force, the 75th Ranger Detachment. We've got the George H.W. Bush aircraft carrier. We've got a lot of military assets in place. And I think what the administration might be doing is thinking about last strikes that could produce the damage that we want on Iran's defense capabilities, on their security establishment, those targets that matter so much before we come to a deal that will end this war.
As for the kidnapped journalist, State Department said they warned this individual not to go. This individual went regardless of all of that. Is this a one-off, or is this part of a strategy that Iran is utilizing to influence this war?
Look, we always tell our journalists, American citizens, to avoid war conflicts like this one, and where they're going to be putting themselves at grave risk. I really understand that journalists, that's by their very nature, it's what they do. We know at Fox News how our journalists have done that. Intrepid, brave journalists like Ben Hall. But in this case, what we'll be doing, I'm quite sure, is using our intelligence resources. I've done that at CIA to try to track down and find our journalists, conduct negotiations where and if that's possible, and do everything we can to find this journalist and bring her out safely. But it's extraordinarily difficult.
Sorry for interrupting you. Obviously, a lot of the focus now is going to be on this. But before we let you go, big picture, coming out of this war, whenever it ends, this administration is not happy with NATO. We asked for help. NATO did not provide it. The president telling the Telegraph he is strongly considering pulling out of NATO. Secretary of State Marco Rubio echoing similar sentiments. Listen.
I've been one of the strongest defenders of NATO during my time as a United States Senator because I found great value in it. But when we need their help, not their help, we're not asking them to conduct airstrikes. When we need them to allow us to use their military bases, their answer is no. But I do think, unfortunately, we are going to have to re-examine whether or not this alliance that has served this country well for a while is still serving that purpose, or has it now become a one-way street where America is simply in a position to defend Europe?
Is that where this is headed, Dan? The United States leaving NATO? And if so, what about NATO, if anything, survives?
Look, I hope that's not the case, and we need to stop airing our differences publicly. That only helps our adversaries like Russia, which we're trying to deter Russia. I think what we need is a NATO summit behind the scenes. We need to discuss some of these tensions. Look, the NATO members will argue the United States didn't consult them before our attacks on Iran. And we will argue that NATO members were slow to come to our assistance when asked to do some things to help us in the war, to prosecute this war against Iran. So, look, both sides have issues we need to discuss, but best to do it privately. Let's leave the hyperbole out of this about leaving NATO. I don't think that's in the offing, and of course, Congress would be very much against that, and they passed a law that makes it clear that we won't without their approval. It's a congressional treaty. So, look, hopefully we'll have a summit and solve some of these outstanding differences.
Dan Hoffman, we asked you about a lot of things. You answered them all, and we appreciate that. Great insight this morning. Thanks, Dan.
Thanks. Have a good morning.
All right, we're going to go to this General Keane. This was published 12 minutes ago.
I own with fresh, clean threads.
I'll train in this, throw a jacket on afterwards, and just keep moving.
Unpredictability. The president's war secretary talking about possibilities in Iran. Let's bring in Fox News senior strategic analyst, retired General Jack Keane. General, great to see you tonight. Let me start with this. How do you see this? I know you're very plugged in. How do you think this war comes to an end?
You know, in 2 or 3 weeks the president is citing there is not something he picked out of the air. This is the estimate he's getting from the commander of Central Command, who controls all U.S. forces, Admiral Bradley Cooper, and also for Prime Minister Netanyahu and his chief of defense, General Samir. So that's based on what it's going to take to achieve all the assigned objectives. And obviously they're comprehensive, and clearly the focus is appropriate. You know, how a war ends is much more important than how it starts. And coming to an end, what we really want to do is measure success. And quite frankly, the tasks assigned have been comprehensible, but every one of them has been achievable. And they, quite frankly, are number one, take away their offensive capability to use drones, ballistic missiles, their Navy, their Air Force, even their defensive capability in terms of air defense. We are well on our way to accomplishing that goal. And in the next time frame, we'll finish it. The second thing, something has to do with future capability. That's why we focus on all of the companies that build the weapons that operate offensively or defensively. And that has been a very comprehensive, detailed targeting plan. And also in the last several days, both forces, the combined force of Israel and the United States, have been focusing very heavily on the industrial civilian capability of the country. For example, steel mills, other manufacturing centers, and the like. Clearly to have an economic impact on this country for sure in terms of its posture going forward. The third thing, and you talked about it, we want to eliminate whatever is left of this nuclear program. And we know for a fact there are some enriched uranium. How we do that is a presidential decision, whether we go take it or whether we destroy it and create more rubble out of it, which it is likely in that condition now. And then after that, we have I think, two big missions in front of us. One is open the Straits of Hormuz. Now, U.S. Commander Bradley Cooper has been on this for 14 days, stripping away the capability of the Iranians to influence it, to, in other words, retaliate when the ships start moving through the straits. Small boats, mines, anti-ship missiles, long-range missiles, artillery, all of the capability that they have for the last couple of weeks have been attrited day in and day out, so that we get to a point here where we can escort ships down, have them in some kind of a bubble where they're protected. There'll be Apache helicopters up, there'll be drones up, the A-10 Warhogs will be up, and it will be able to get through that straits. It doesn't mean the Iranians won't have some capability to fire out of them, of course they can, but there'll be adequate defense measures there and minimal risk to that. Our commanders are confident that they can open and secure these straits going forward. The plan would be to pass this responsibility to our allies and then let them continue with it, and we will pull away. How we negotiate that transfer, yet to be seen. The other thing you mentioned is Carg Island. For our viewers to understand, Carg Island, 90% of the oil distribution goes through that island. It reaches it by pipelines, and then the ships are loaded out of the distribution points. And we've already taken down all the military targets on that island. We have a choice to make. Do we occupy it and take control of it, or blockade it, or we destroy it? That is a presidential decision. In any way, what the result will be quite profound. And I believe it's checkmate for the regime, because now we will either control or destroy their economic viability as a nation state to have any capable power projection in the near future. And the final thing is what the Israelis have been working on, degrading the leadership. And you showed it on your board night after night. We have significantly degraded tiers of leadership, but also the organizations. What are they? The IRGC, the organization, paramilitary organization that really helps to sustain the regime more than anything else. Many of the leaders of the regime come out of that organization. It's also the Bazi militia who repress the people, the law enforcement command, and also the national police. All of those have been attrited. They're not destroyed, but they're significantly degraded. And that will have impact on the regime going forward. When those missions are accomplished, and our estimates in 2 or 3 weeks, I think we will be over. But that doesn't mean we don't leave and tell Iran what we expect of them. And there's some things we can expect of them. Not to recover their nuclear program, not to recover their ballistic missile program, stop supporting their proxies. They're going to have difficulty doing that given the economic collapse that they're facing, and don't repress your people. And I think we got a pretty good lever after less than 60 days of what we've done to this regime. If you do any of that, then the United States is going to react to it. This is a powerful dimension here in terms of what the United States and Israel, I believe, has been able to accomplish in something less than 60 days. I know as people, it stuns me the lack of knowledge that people have, and it's in what's taking place here. When it's one of the most successful military operations I've been able to observe, period.
Yeah, and I know you talk every day to people.
All right, the equity futures right now is at 6,625. All right, I have a year-end target of 7,400 to 7,800. You need to start buying the equities. All right, if it goes down, that's even more reason to buy equities. It's going to go up, especially once this is all over. And it looks like it may be over this week. It may be over in the middle of April, but it's going to end soon. All the signaling seems this way. Now, the question is, are we going to hit them harder before we end? Or is there going to be some sort of peace agreement without ground troops. Who knows? We'll see here. But this thing seems to rapidly starting to end here. All right. That doesn't mean that operations are going to end tomorrow, but it's looking like we're near the end of the road on this. Energy futures are going down. Right now, the energy futures are at 98.47. Now, anything can happen with Trump. He's very volatile. You know, he's very capricious, and you don't know what could potentially happen. He may say something and oil futures go back above 100, but it's below 100. This thing's probably going to be de-escalating soon here. And because oil futures are contracts of 30 days, you have to people are already thinking in the future where this is all going. Now, again, S&P 500 year-end target 7,400 to 7,800. So it makes a lot of sense to start buying equities. You probably are looking at your 401k statement and you're going to get all freaked out. Don't worry. Don't bet against America. Everything's going to be fine. Now, in terms of short-term trading here, we're going to have, all right, a support level of about 6,600 again. Hopefully that is reestablished. It used to be a support level and it broke and then it went down to 6,300 and something. So there's a new support level that's starting to reestablish. It should be 6,600. All right. If that happens, then we're looking at that 6,800 range as a resistance level, short term. But if good news comes out of the White House and out of the Middle East, where there's a de-escalation or the Strait of Hormuz is opened up, equities are going to skyrocket, and it's going to then the resistance level will be 7,000. Now, if bad news comes out of the White House or the Middle East, then we're talking about 6,600 will break. That will become a resistance level, and the next support level will be the 6,450. If that breaks, then there's a major support level at 6,140, because that's approximately the 28% retracement. So again, support level at 6,140. And then you have a 6,450, and then another one at 6,600. And we're trying to reestablish that 6,600 support level. So that's how you should be trading the equity market. Now, with that, I want to listen into Times Radio. This is their take on Carg Island, and this was published 3 hours ago.
All the signs seem to suggest that he is preparing to declare victory and go home. Though before he does that, he may do. I was given a steer last night by a White House source that he still thinks that he could, before he does go, take Carg Island, which is the Iranian oil depot.
The top story on the Times website, the Iranian ambassador says Tehran is considering whether British military bases are legitimate targets after they were used by American bombers for strikes on Iran. That story comes from an interview with Times Radio's John Pienaar. Saeed Ali Musavi added that any accusations of Iranian involvement in attacks on British soil are false.
This is another fake news, another misinformation and negative propaganda against the Iranian people and their government. And so you are making and producing fake news and misinformation, disinformation against the Iranian society, Iranian diaspora here, and Iranian government as well.
Musavi suggested that Iran would be willing to reopen the waterway swiftly, the Strait of Hormuz, if hostilities were permanently ceased, as Trump suggests they may soon be. Now, Washington insiders are describing the president's management of the war as weaponized uncertainty, and he's certainly causing lots of head scratching over here. Does that really mean the UK and Europe should be clearing up the Strait of Hormuz after Donald Trump, set the war there going. How can we deal with him now? Well, the Times at One is presented by Andrew Neil today, who hopefully has the answers. Hi, Andrew.
Hi, good morning to you.
What do you reckon to this? Do you think there is a world in which now the UK has to recognise, maybe publicly for the first time, that our allies in Europe and countries a bit closer to home, we have a more special relationship with than the special relationship with America?
Yes, I mean, the relationship with America continues. It's quite deep. It happens at an operational level. But as long as Donald Trump is president, it cannot be, you can't bank on it, because the key word is relationship. And Donald Trump doesn't believe in relationships. It's either his way or the highway. So that doesn't work as a relationship. And I think we are in a changing geopolitical world now. We've always been close to America. We've always depended on America since the Second World War to be a crucial part of our defense. It is now time to move the balance and to get closer to the major European military powers: France, Germany, Poland, Italy, the Baltic states, Scandinavian countries, all of whom are now beginning to spend a lot more on defense than we are, and who get it in ways that we don't. So yes, I think that the North Atlantic Council needs to be reconstituted, with America being a lot less of it, and other countries like Canada and Norway being much more of it. That's where our future defense now lies.
And I mean, that feels like something that Donald Trump would be okay with himself, given his comments about it.
Yes, I mean, the problem with Donald Trump is he could just pull the plug tomorrow. If it's a managed withdrawal, if it's a transition period that's allowed, then that is manageable. Of course, he's always been right that Europe should be doing a lot more for its defense. That argument's being won. And of course, Donald Trump has always wanted to concentrate on the Western Hemisphere. I think he sees this as the last Middle East war, the one in the Gulf at the moment. And if Europe is going to do, and he's not that interested in Europe, and he sees Europe as a Russian sphere of influence, not an American one, then he can concentrate on Greenland, Canada, the United States, Venezuela, where he has already appointed himself the imperial overlord, maybe Colombia, Panama, Cuba. Probably the government there will fall before spring is out. So yes, in a sense, it does suit him. We need to be realistic about it, though, and we need to realize that this doesn't come cheap, that we have piggybacked on America for a long time. And if we can no longer do that, we're going to have a proper defense budget and proper defenses. And there is no sign that this Labour government has yet faced up to the consequences of that.
Was that going to dominate your programme today, do you think?
Yeah, well, I think we're going to look at Mr. Trump, what he's going to say tonight. He's doing a broadcast to the nation, to America. I think it's around 9 o'clock East Coast time. That'll be the middle of the night, UK time. But it does look, with Mr. Trump, you can never be sure of anything. But all the signs seem to suggest that he is preparing to declare victory and go home. Though before he does that, he may do. I was given a steer last night by a White House source that he still thinks that he could, before he does go, take Karg Island, which is the Iranian oil depot in the Gulf, just to show that he can, just to show that he's leaving with his hell head high. I hope he doesn't do that, because it would be chaos. But I think we are beginning to see this war now beginning to wind down. And I think the question we will want to ask is, are things really better than they were before the war? I would say not.
Yeah, very, very difficult to find a way to say yes to that in the round, even though, of course, some of those very senior...
Wait a minute, we degraded their military. We killed the Ayatollah. Of course it's a lot better. I mean, what planet is this guy on? See, here's the problem. Everyone wants something for nothing. You have to put the effort in to defang, declaw the enemy. And that's exactly what our military did. Now, I personally think that we need to be in the region, working with the GCC, working with the UN, working with the World Bank and the IMF to stabilize economically Iran and allow for the secular society to rise up to have a constitutional republic and get rid of the theocratic regime in the IRGC. That's what I think. All right. But if Trump left, is it better off? Absolutely. Absolutely. Because the IRGC doesn't have the same military they don't have a Navy anymore. It's done. It's gone. All of their defense capability for surface to air defense, gone. So to say that the world isn't better off is not paying attention to what just happened. Now, if you've been paying attention to me on these shows, I've been telling you how to make money on the news. Now, it's not easy, especially if you're doing the oil trading, but it can be done. So are you better off? Well, if you listen to me, you would have gained money. Stupid. Are we better off? How could he say that? How could he say that we're not better off? The world's not better off. If the world is better off. Now, what it is now by solving going in and trying to defang and declaw Iran. Now what it did is it shined a light on the European Union and NATO on how they've been only for a free ride. They've been riding the coattails of Americans. They've been sucking on the tit of the American taxpayer for decades. Now, are they better off? Is the European Union better off? Because now there's a big light shined on them that, you know what, you didn't participate and you get basically the benefits of oil from the Middle East and not so much for the United States. Yeah, well, maybe the European Union's not better off because now maybe they have to pay their way. So it depends on who he means by, are we better off? The Europeans? Maybe not. But the world at large, there's less ability for Iran to use the military to continue on their terror path. Now, that doesn't mean that there won't be terrorism. But if you look back to October 7th, 2023, Hezbollah is heavily degraded. Hamas, absolutely destroyed. Iran, defanged or declawed or whatever term you want. The Ayatollah is dead. They don't have a real leader. Now, if we bail out, eventually they'll reconstitute a new probably theocratic leader. And that's why I think the international community needs to really push and support the secular part of society within Iran. But the world is better off. How could you say that's not? Oil prices, energy prices? Well, it's going to go down rapidly. And if you pay attention to me, you can make money on that by buying short oil, buying futures in oil and short them. Where your oil can go up and down, and you can position your positions to benefit from the up price or the down price. You can purchase, you can short oil, or you can long oil. And there's many ways to do it. So energy costs are going to be going down rapidly. So I totally disagree with this guy. This guy, he's a pacifist? Is he thinking that we should have not gone in and Iran should have continued on the path of building up their military? I think Rubio said it correctly and succinctly. Iran was building missiles and drone capability to protect their nuclear ambitions. And we've destroyed that. Now, does that mean that, they can't reconstitute? No, they can reconstitute in a few years. Who knows? This is the reason why it's so important to make sure that the IRGC is destroyed not just their military capability, and that a theocratic regime does not reconstitute. It needs to be secular. So Trump, in my estimation, may not be going all the way or doing enough in that region to making sure that the secular society is supported. Now, what does surprise me is that the secular society didn't rise up during these operations that we did to overthrow their government. They need to fight for their country. And if the United States pulls away and there's no international community to help with the secular part of Iran, the Iranians, the seculars, will never have this opportunity ever again to have self-government. This was their chance. And so the whole world needs to take a lesson from this. You can't just think that things are going to be better in the future and do nothing. You have to be an active participant. If you're not an active participant, it's not going to happen. You can't be a pacifist. So if the seculars within the Iran have not risen up by now, maybe they don't deserve self-government.
Officials have been removed from office by the American administration and, of course, Israel. Andrew, we will look forward to your program at 1 o'clock today.
Thank you. Thanks, Kate. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. That is Andrew Neil there, of course. And it's not just Donald Trump.
All right, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin C and magnesium. This will help with your skin, boost up your immune system, and help with brain function. Magnesium is super important. You should be taking it every day to boost up that brain function, especially if you're 40 years of age or older, male or female. Please go to my store, get the vitamin C and magnesium. Use discount 5 to get $5 off any order. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right. Next video.
I've seen plenty of power banks over my 15 years of reviewing tech, but this Ridge one quickly became a favorite. So this, a 10,000 milliamp hour battery that's already this small.
The comments made over the last 24 hours, including just a few hours ago by the president, would set the stage for a possible exit on the basis of what the president claims to be successful regime change. That is, the former Ayatollah is dead, as are many of his security officials.
The message coming from the White House seems to be quite confused at the moment. What conclusion do you draw from what we're hearing from the president?
I draw two conclusions. One is that the president is concerned at the rising pressures of a campaign which now 4 weeks in.
Now, this guy is the former Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Studies. All right. David Stratterfield. Now, the Times radio announcer, just pay attention to how she asks the question. All right. Listen, I'm replaying how she asked the question.
What conclusion do you draw from what we're hearing from the president?
I draw two conclusions.
Confused at the moment. What conclusion do you draw from what we're hearing from the president?
How the White House is confused. The messaging from the White House is confused at the moment. I mean, she makes it sound as though the White House doesn't know what they're doing. It may be confusing, but why do you assume that the White House is confused? That's how she phrased it. She phrased it as the White House is confused. No, the messaging is confusing to the people receiving it. But you can't make the conclusion that the White House is confused. Now, maybe it is confused, but you can't 100% conclude that the White House is confused. See, this is the problem with liberal media, is that they have this, they think that they're part of the intelligentsia. They think that they are above Trump. They think that they're above the White House. These newscasters, these anchor men and women in mainstream media, they think that they're smarter than you. They think that they're smarter than the politicians. They think that what they have to say is the gospel. And this is the reason why you have to pay attention to the way they phrase things. What she just said was condescending and is assuming that the White House doesn't know what they're doing. Now, maybe the messaging is supposed to be confused to misinform, to keep the enemy off guard. If you're going to kill your enemy, and you may, on one side, you know, you might want to take a page out of the Economist's playbook. On the one hand, it could be like this, or on the other hand, it could be like this. All right? Maybe that's what Trump's doing. Maybe Trump's saying, we can have peace, but I'm going to be sending troops. Is that a confused White House? Or is that a message that may confuse the recipient?
One is the president is concerned at the rising pressures of a campaign which now 4 weeks in has not ended the Iranian missile and drone attacks on the Gulf, including on critical Gulf civil as well as hydrocarbon infrastructure, and the rise in petrol and diesel prices in the United States, which is a consequence of the still unresolved closure of the Strait of Hormuz. That's one conclusion I draw. The second is the comments made over the last 24 hours, including just a few hours ago by the president, would set the stage for a possible exit on the basis of what the president claims to be successful regime change. That is, the former Ayatollah is dead, as are many of his security officials. That the missile program is significantly degraded, very badly hit in terms of production, storage, and launchers. And that the nuclear program similarly has been greatly set back. The president made a very interesting remark regarding the highly enriched uranium, the 450 or so kilograms, that he wasn't concerned about this. There was no need to retrieve the uranium because it was deeply buried and inaccessible. That comment would seem to begin to indicate we've done what we said we were going to do. A regime change, it's included in that, and now is the time to pivot out. That is, I think, a prevailing assessment of what could be the president's strategy. But there is another alternative view, that all of this is a means of purchasing time for a more dramatic military operation, something dramatic, perhaps an island in the strait itself, perhaps Karg Island. The difficulty with those military options for the president is that all of them are quite complex, not the taking of a piece of land, but the holding it and then determining what Iran does. There is every reason to believe Iran will respond not by submitting, but rather by escalating itself horizontally in as many places as possible to bring about more pressure. So which of the two is the option being pursued here? It's very difficult to say, but the outline of an exit, rhetorically at least, is there.
Is there a divide now, an increasing divide within Donald Trump's most senior team? I mean, it seems that Pete Hegseth is very keen to continue and may be supportive of that second option, the idea.
Has the media ever stated that Trump's team is all on the same page? They're always trying to find some sort of angle. Trump doesn't know what he's doing. Trump doesn't have a plan. His team is infighting. See, none of them is getting, no one in mainstream media seems to be getting on Team USA at all. Now, there must be, if Trump wants to de-escalate, then there must be a faction within his administration that's saying that's a bad policy and that we should continue on. Well, the way the mainstream media sets this thing up, if Trump decided to continue on the war, she would say the same thing. There must be someone in the administration that wants to de-escalate it. Take a side, bitch. Fuck.
Full military intervention, but there are others who seem to be a bit more skeptical about continuing this war.
I think in this administration, there is literally only one individual who will decide what course is taken from hour to hour, and that's the president.
And that's the way it should be. He's the commander in chief. Do you want to delegate that responsibility to someone else? No. Now, you have advisors to give you advice, but it's the sole decision of the president. It shouldn't be the State Department. It shouldn't be the Pentagon. It shouldn't be the deep state. I mean, wake up.
And at the moment, we just don't know which way he's going to turn.
We don't, but I want to underscore again this curious phrasing, which we've not heard before, that we've accomplished the goals, regime change, debilitation of the missile system, and we don't need to retrieve the uranium because it's buried. All of that, plus the Strait. I don't need a deal on the Strait. It's for others to settle that issue. That's highly suggestive, but it may not be determinative of what he does.
In terms of the way that
our technology makes coal 7 to 10 times more valuable than it is today, while drastically reducing emissions. So, for example,
in terms of the way that those kind of remarks will be interpreted by those in the region, I know that you have spent some time there. I know that you have an understanding of I suppose, security in that region, maybe more than most. What do you think the Gulf states will make of the idea that Trump is now looking for an exit ramp?
Dismay. Dismay, because at the end of the day, this was an asymmetrical conflict. Israel and the U.S. established militaries, coherent states, against a state with far less conventional military force. Yet, that asymmetrical opponent was able to consistently escalate in a manner which could not be addressed through conventional military means. The missiles keep coming. The drones keep coming. The strait remains closed. All Iran has to do is outlast, survive this pressure, and it's won.
February retail sales rise 0.6% month over month. Estimate was 0.5%. So it's 0.1% higher than the estimate. So that's good. Some positive news for the market.
What the U.S. and Israel have to do in a conflict like this is absolutely win or they lose. The Gulf states do not want an outcome where Iran has demonstrated it can withstand as a regime, as a military force, a projector of threat, all that can be thrown at it by the two greatest military forces active in the U.S. and Israel. That is a very bad outcome for all the Gulf states.
Can I ask you, America's attitude towards the UK, Donald Trump's attitude towards the UK, I ought to say, has been quite stark throughout this conflict. There has been an escalation of his remarks, his criticism of our Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. What do you think that means for the two powers going forward?
Criticism? He's just telling it how it is. Starmer is a pussy. And not only that, he's being roughshod by a bunch of individuals that are coming in, changing the culture of the UK. And you just interview. All you have to do is just take a poll. I mean, they're Times Radio. They're right out of the UK. Just take a poll. English culture is dying. Why? Because you don't have good leaders.
At the end of the day, the United States the United Kingdom, have a multifaceted, extraordinarily deep, and valuable for both countries relationship. And the frustration, the anger, the upset which the president displays don't transcend and don't remove or eliminate those fundamental interests. And I'd say the same for the European Union.
Can that be true, though? There are now reports that, for example, some of the security and intelligence links between the two sides, between the UK and the US, are being strained by the political rhetoric.
I can't comment on that except to say that at a professional level, those relationships are enduring because they serve the interests of both countries.
And in the same vein,
So that's code for don't worry about what your elected officials are doing. The deep state knows better.
due to visit with President Trump in this month. That visit, for some, is quite controversial. Some people think it shouldn't go ahead. Is it rewarding a president who has been deeply critical of a key ally? Is it a good idea diplomatic?
It costs us skyrocketing on your Amazon PPC campaigns. Oh no, it's AI automation that's on.
Initiating big booth.
Ally? Is it a good idea diplomatically?
Diplomatically.
Yes, yes. Because if you don't, then that country or that leader is going to continue to take advantage of the other. In this case, the United States is being taken advantage of by the Europeans, by Britain. And people need to call them off on it. Not only that, the people within the country hate Starmer. You got to tell them, no, stop it. The Europeans have their social programs because American taxpayers subsidized their defense. And then, when we kick the hornet's nest and the Strait of Hormuz closes and oil stops flowing to Europe, they're not even willing to help. But they think that the United States shouldn't have gone in. Well, wait a minute here. Do you think that Iran should have continued on with their defense capabilities and continue on enriching uranium? You only need about less than 3% for medical use, for energy. There is zero reason for them to have 60% enriched uranium unless you're making a bomb. Crazy. So the European Union didn't want to destroy that capability. They wanted them to just keep on going down that path. The Iranians to go down that path and threaten the whole world. Look at what they did to their brothers in the GCC. They hit Qatar. They hit Saudi Arabia. They hit the UAE. That was with conventional weapons. Can you imagine if they had nuclear capability, what they would do? So you have to, leaders like Trump have to tell Starmer, who's weak, stop taking advantage of the American taxpayer, stop taking advantage of the American military, and guess what? Strengthen up your own culture because it's getting overrun by a caliphate.
Idea. Because it, and I'm sure this is the motivation, it secures or at least bucks up a challenged relationship. The president is deeply appreciative of the attention paid to him by the royal family. It was with Her late Majesty, is with King. All of that very much serves not just the interests of the UK, it certainly does. It also serves the US interest in helping to preserve this relationship.
You were the US ambassador to Lebanon. There is a significant military intervention by Israel in Lebanon at the moment. What is your read of that?
Well, wait, hold on. Hold on, Times Radio. I know you're from the UK and maybe you've been on the cell phone for too long and lost your brain cells. But the reality of the situation is that when the war in Iran started to escalate, what did Hezbollah do? They started shooting missiles into northern Israel. Hezbollah. The reason why Israel's going into Lebanon is to knock out Hezbollah. But you forgot the comma. The Israelis escalating operations in Lebanon, comma, because of Hezbollah, period.
Intervention will no more produce a desired strategic outcome with respect to Hezbollah than any of the other previous military actions in Lebanon, whether focused on the south or more broadly in the country. Hezbollah has been dramatically diminished, disrupted, but it remains.
Right.
And to believe that an Israeli physical presence somewhere in the south will offset Hezbollah's ability to fire rockets, to act in a manner which creates insecurity and threat in Israel, both in the north and elsewhere in the country, has never yet been demonstrated. I think this is a move out of frustration at the inability to achieve a definitive goal vis-a-vis Hezbollah, to get the Lebanese government to do what they cannot and could not ever do, which is physically challenge militarily Hezbollah. Much like Hamas, these are asymmetrical conflicts.
And this is the reason why that if you don't let the secular part of the society in Iran rise up and be self-governing, and if you don't knock out the IRGC, if you don't totally demolish and prevent the reconstitution of the theocracy within Iran, they will find ways to finance terrorism with Hezbollah to continue on disrupting the region. But if you knock out the theocratic regime, if you knock out the IRGC, if you have the secular society self-governing in Iran, the money isn't going to flow to Hamas. The money isn't going to flow to the Houthis. The money's not going to flow to Hezbollah. And eventually, over time, they will be demolished. That is what needs to happen. So if we leave too early, this is only going to take time, maybe years, maybe months. But it will take time and it'll reconstitute, and we'll have to do this all over again. Now, it's better to do it now than later. Especially as we get closer and closer and closer to a war with China over Taiwan. Can you imagine if we had operations going on trying to secure Taiwan against the aggression of China? In the middle of this, our capabilities would be diminished in the region, in the Middle East, because we would have had to move some of this capability in Asia. We don't have enough ships, thanks to Obama and those stupid people that were pushing manufacturing to China. So to answer to get to the core of the problem, you got to kill the terrorists. I know that sounds really George Bush Jr.-ish, but the thing is that you have to kill the terrorists. It's really simple.
Did everything in its power to, quote, eliminate, close quote, Hamas. Who now governs effectively 2 million Gazans? Hamas.
David Satterfield, thank you very much for your time this morning.
And who helps Hamas? Iran. And that's the reason why you have to go to the source. You have to kill off the theocratic regime, the IRGC, and never allow it to be reconstituted. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the magnesium and zinc Magnesium and zinc will boost up your immune system and help with brain function. Super important to take every day. Please go to my store, use discount 5, all caps, discount 5, and you get $5 off any order. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video. All right, let's now listen to CBS. I think they're interviewing Mr. Deep State, John Bolton. I'm sure he's not going to say anything positive about Trump.
My colleague Weijia Jane talked to the president by phone today, John, and asked this question: what has to happen between now and declaring victory? Let me quote for you the president directly. Not much. We've had total regime change. These are different people than anyone has ever heard of before, and frankly, they've been more reasonable. How do you evaluate that?
Well, I don't think it constitutes regime change to eliminate a lot of the top people and have precisely people who have the same ideology replace them. The regime is the Islamic Revolution, and the faces may be different, but the views are the same, or if anything, even more extreme. The president's talked a lot about how this negotiation has been going when the regime itself denies there's any negotiation at all. So we have a fundamental problem there. But regime change means removing people who believe in getting a nuclear weapon, engaging in terrorism against their neighbors and around the world, or closing the Strait of Hormuz at their will. And there's no evidence any of these lower level people who have been heard of by other people, if not Donald Trump, are in any way inclined to give up those threats to Israel, the Gulf Arab states, ourselves, and the rest of the world.
Is he telling himself a story when you see declarations from the president day in and day out, as we have for the last couple of days, that the regime has changed and there's expectations on Wall Street and elsewhere that this conflict's going to end very soon?
Well, I think he wants to create the impression that it's about to end to help keep the markets optimistic. That can only last so long. I think what it shows is he wants out. He doesn't know what to do. He hasn't thought through his objectives. The administration officials say, well, regime change was never our goal. Well, if it wasn't, why does it matter that we're talking to a different regime? I mean, I think there's confusion and real concern about the price of gasoline at the pump and the political consequences. That's what's driving Trump now, not America's strategic needs, but his political situation.
John, you've thought about this for a long time. Everyone knows you've been an advocate for changing the regime in Iran. That's clear. Do you think that this situation we are in now is more dangerous than if we had done nothing?
Well, in a sense, yes, because I do think many people, including the people of Iran, thought going back to January that Trump was pursuing regime change. And Trump had an example last year, the 12-day war that Israel and the U.S. waged against the nuclear program. We actually waged a one-day war. That's how you do limited operations. That's not the way this was advertised. And if we leave that wounded beast of a regime in power in Iran, it will build back all of its capabilities. The Russians and the Chinese will help them, and we will have suffered a significant strategic defeat. If you haven't thought through what you might encounter in an effort at regime change, weigh the options, consider the consequences, then don't start it to begin with.
That's what other presidents came to the conclusion about, isn't it?
Well, I don't think it was that seriously considered before. I certainly advocated it during the first Trump term, and it didn't get anywhere. And so did Bibi Netanyahu. So something convinced the president that he could do it. And he's the one, after all, who said to the demonstrators back in January, keep protesting, take control of your institutions. Help is on its way.
So help doesn't appear to be on its way, John. And you talked about a wounded regime. For 47 years, lots of American presidents have dealt with reprisals from the Iranian regime, direct and indirect. Would a wounded regime pose that same threat, not just in the region, but possibly here in America?
Yes.
I think that's absolutely true. I think the Iranians do engage in asymmetric warfare. We've had terrorist incidents in this country since the war began. I think we can expect more. That's why the Gulf Arab states, the Saudis, the United Arab Emirates, and others are saying to Trump, look, once this has been started, you can't leave us in a position where Iran becomes the dominant power in the Gulf. It's not just a return to the status quo before the war. It's a real uptick in Iran's power over global oil supplies.
Imagine you're speaking to the president right now, John, about this moment that he's looking into the next week ahead. What would you tell him? How would you advise him?
I'd say I think the process of regime change has begun. Marco Rubio yesterday said he couldn't tell whether the people we were negotiating with could really speak for others in the regime. That's the whole point. That's how it begins to come apart. We need the aid the opposition more, which we haven't done nearly enough of. And we have to keep pounding on the Revolutionary Guard and other instruments of state power to keep disintegrating it. This is still possible to win. And I would say to him, your legacy in history depends on one simple thing here: victory.
Yep.
Reza Pahlavi, the exiled crown prince, was at CPAC over the weekend, drew a pretty large crowd, and said, finish the job. Is he part of the answer to a regime that collapses and is replaced by something else?
Look, I think there are a lot of Iranian opposition groups here in America, in Europe, in the Iranian diaspora generally. I think it's a mistake to pick one winner beforehand. It's like measuring the drapes for an office you haven't won yet. We need to concentrate on overthrowing the Ayatollahs. The time to pick really not just new leaders, but an entire new system of government for Iran comes after this regime is gone.
John Bolton, always a pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Major.
Okay, there's some news breaking with Trump says U.S. will consider Iran's ceasefire when Hormuz is open. So here, again, there is discontinuity in messaging from the White House. Now, oil right now is trading at $100 a barrel now because of just what happened. So there was a swing of about $1.50, almost $2 swing in oil right now. The S&P 500 futures is trading at 6,600. It's up just under 30 points. All right, with that, let's continue on with, let's listen into Al Jazeera. This was 2 hours ago, talking about Greater Israel, the Greater Israel Project.
Discuss this and all the latest developments in the Israel-US war on Iran. I'm now joined by Mohammed Al-Masri, who's professor at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. And in Singapore, we have Samir Puri, who's a visiting lecturer in war studies at King's College London. Gentlemen, thank you both for joining me. Let me start with you, Mohammed Al-Masri, and what President Trump has been saying. The President of the United States saying the war could end in 2 to 3 weeks, regardless of whether there is a deal with Iran. How do you interpret this mix of urgency, ending the war in 2 to 3 weeks, and also the indifference now, it would seem, towards reaching a deal?
Well, I think there's an increasing realization in Washington that the objectives that were laid out aren't going to be met. There isn't going to be regime change. Now the U.S. is shifting kind of some of the aims. They're talking about the Strait of Hormuz, forcing that open, and obviously that was open before this war started.
Do you think this signals that there's a recognition from Washington that Iran will not agree to the full set of demands, 15 demands that they?
Well, yeah, that's what I was coming to. So there's an acknowledgement that there isn't going to be regime change. There's an acknowledgement that the Iranians are going to continue to exert control over the Strait of Hormuz. And there's an acknowledgement that there isn't going to be a negotiated deal. Trump said last night that that a deal is not even necessary for the U.S. to achieve its aims. What's worrying is when he talks about bombing Iran into the Stone Ages, and that's something that obviously Israel already has an interest in doing in Iran, in Lebanon, in Gaza. That's kind of the Israeli military MO. So it's going to be perhaps a very dangerous 2 or 3 weeks.
Samir Puri, President Trump says, we don't need a deal now to end this war. But at the same time, his defense secretary, his war secretary, Pete Hegseth, has said the U.S. will not rule out boots on the ground. What do you anticipate will be the core message of the president's national address later this Wednesday?
Yeah, and that address is actually a very, very big moment because President Trump is probably going to put some of his cards on the table. I think that's 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today. how I interpret this is that the United States has backed itself into a strategic dead end. It doesn't have a lot of good options. And I think two of the big developments I'd highlight that are probably informing these messages from the US. Number one is the desperate US attempt to try to cajole other Western allies to play some sort of role in the Hormuz security undertaking, which would be an undertaking that long postdates the firing when it stops. And the second thing I think is of note is China and Pakistan have actually got together and put together a 5-point plan on stability for the Gulf of the Middle East region, published yesterday between their foreign ministers. So I think the situation is slipping out of Trump's control to actually dictate. What I think he has left is the ability to deliver great death and destruction from the skies over the next couple of weeks. And I agree with the other guests, the next week or two is an extremely hazardous period of time in terms of the amount of lethal force the US and Israel are likely to use.
I'll ask you, Mohammed Al-Masri, about the China and Pakistan diplomatic efforts on that end in a minute. But Sami, just on the Strait of Hormuz, this is still an important lever for Iran. Could there be a scenario in which Iran allows freedom of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz, but imposes transit fees, for example? And could that be considered acceptable by Washington if, as Mohammed says, some of these red lines that the US has set, it's going to have to give some of them up?
No, I think Washington may actually have to live with that situation if that is indeed what transpires, that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard and other structures set up this toll system that they verify which country a ship is flagged to allow it permission or not allow it permission. Overall, though, that would be a disastrous outcome for the US. And Hegseth, in his press conference yesterday, again used this language that we are fighting this war on, in his words, behalf of the free world. Well, actually, then a lot of US allies might find themselves on the wrong side of this toll system. And then there's an interesting question as to whether, just take a country like Greece, for example, obviously a very big ship-owning nation. Would Greece start to look for favorable access for itself?
Mohammed Al-Masri, your thoughts about the Strait of Hormuz and also about the Iranians here. We continue to hear from the Iranians, including from the foreign minister in the latest interview he gave to Al Jazeera, that negotiations are not underway. They describe the current contacts as limited. Is Iran looking for an open-ended war here, or are they also perhaps looking for an exit strategy or something?
Look, the war has done untold.
When I'm selling a guest room, I'm really not just decorating the space. I'm preparing an experience. From the soft light pouring into the skylight.
Look, the war has done untold harm to the Iranians. I mean, the Israelis and the Americans are really doing a number, in particular on the civilian infrastructure. They have hit hundreds of hospitals and schools and thousands of residential homes. The Israelis have started in the last couple of weeks to use these 2,000-pound bombs, and they're using them to take out entire city blocks. So it's very destructive. I'm sure the Iranians would love to end this war sooner than later. On the other hand, time does very much play into the hands of the Iranians. A longer war works into their favor. Now, in terms of your question about the negotiations, the problem here, as you all have been reporting, is the complete lack of trust. Absolutely. The Trump administration backed out of an agreement, the JCPOA, back in 2018. That was the first kind of betrayal of trust. And then in June of 2025, in the middle of negotiations that had been going very well, according to President Trump himself, the U.S. bombed Iran in the middle of those negotiations. And then 8 months later, in February of 2026, the same thing happened again. The Almanis were saying that the negotiations were going very well. The Iranians had agreed to really incredible concessions that would have worked into the favor of the United States. And at that moment, the Trump administration bombed again. So how do we even get to a negotiated settlement? And I think that's where Trump's statement comes in. He's realizing that there isn't going to be a negotiated settlement.
All right, Sami Puri, I know we wanted to talk a bit more about China and its role here, but perhaps a little later today we can do that. I just wanted to ask you about Lebanon, because we can't lose sight of what's happening in Lebanon, of course. If President Trump follows through with, this idea of ending the war in Iran within 2 to 3 weeks, what are the most likely scenarios for Israel's front in Lebanon? given what we're seeing and hearing from the Israeli Defense Ministry?
A really good question, because there were always two military operations, the US's Epic Fury and Israel's Operation Lion's Roar. There's no guarantee that Israel won't continue to escalate in southern Lebanon, even if the campaign targeted at the Iranian regime in Iran stops. And I think that unevenness to the way in which this war ends is, well, no one can say anything's definite, it's very likely. Because Hezbollah in Lebanon has been pummeled, not only in this conflict, but over the last 18 or so months in various different ways that we all know and understand. And I think Netanyahu's own domestic political future now seems to be somewhat tied to sort of perpetual war and creating the sense that he is steering the country through a series of campaigns that are targeting Israel's mortal enemies. So I would say there's not great prospects for the Israeli campaign in Lebanon to cease, even when the American campaign targeting Iran ceases.
Mohammed al-Masri, your thoughts about Lebanon and the possible scenarios there. Will Israel view a US pullback on Iran as a green light for intensified operations in Lebanon?
I'll be very surprised if the Israelis stop attacking Lebanon whenever the Iran front ends. This is part of Israel's Greater Israel project. It's a major front for them as they pursue the expansion of their borders. That's what they've been doing in Gaza. They're intending clearly to take over a large swath of Gaza, if not all of it. The West Bank, where they've been expanding aggressively, and this area south of the Litani River. They've coveted it for a very long time. They're speaking openly about border expansion and about Greater Israel. And so we should keep our eye on that broader project as Israel continues to try to expand.
Yeah, thank you both for your insights. Mohammed al-Masri, Sami Puri, thank you for joining us on our
right. We're either going to go to Bloomberg or we're going to go to News Nation. Depends on if there's something breaking here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Clarity Factor. This is a very powerful neurostack. This will help you to get rid of that brain fog. It'll allow you to concentrate on tasks. You take this every day, and what you will notice is that your memory will improve. You're going to be able to think better. You're going to be able to concentrate. And what's going to happen is that your neurons will start to connect better. You'll have positive neuroplasticity. The dendritic connections will improve. You'll be thinking faster and you'll improve your memory. Super important. You'll also notice that you're sleeping better. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Clarity Factor. Drink it with filtered water. Take it every day. Now, what I do is I take it twice a day. Take it in the morning and mid-afternoon. But some people only take it once a day. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Clarity Factor. Super important. Very powerful neuroset. Improve your brain function. Super important. Use discount 5. You get $5 off in your order. All right, let's listen into Bloomberg here.
Here. Until then, we are blasting Iran into oblivion. Let's compare that with yesterday, when the president suggested that the U.S. would pull out of the region with or without a deal around the Strait of Hormuz. Joining us now is Wayne Sanders, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Defense Analyst and retired Army Colonel. Wayne, I don't even know where to go with this. What do you make of this back and forth? Do we care or do we not care?
Is it an objective or is it not an objective?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I would say it's an objective. This morning on Bloomberg Surveillance, you guys would laugh. One of the conversations was about the movement of the USS George H.W. Bush and start moving towards another aircraft carrier into the region would have one of two different outcomes. It's either because you're looking at creating one last final blow, where I use the phrase of bombing back to the Stone Age, and then here it's coming out, in that context right now. Or the alternative of that is it would be in a protracted conflict perspective. So in one aspect, I'm not surprised that this is the direction that it's going. I think the ceasefire portion, the military is not going to stop unless it's asked to stop, right? I think that's key. Iran's also not going to stop. We saw that in the Iran-Israel 12-day war as well. They even shot at each other even after the ceasefire a couple of times in distant skirmishes. So until things are actually signed, you're going to see continued strikes and continued military operations.
We, have you at Bloomberg Intelligence because of your vast experience in the military, in military intelligence, at the Department of Defense. It strikes me that the president has started to say new regime. He thinks there's a new regime in Iran, even though the IRGC is still firmly in control and the Ayatollah's son, possibly even more radical, is the supreme leader. How come the president thinks there's a new regime?
Yeah, I think he's looking at it in terms of who he is actually dealing with, right? I mean, I don't think at this point in time he's dealing with some of the remaining IRGC leadership. He's dealing more on the presidential side, and I think that's the reason why he's looking at it that way.
But that president was the president before he started this war.
Correct, but he was also looking for how much influence is being exerted by the president versus the Ayatollah regime portion of it, and I think he's hoping that there's actually going to be a shift. I haven't seen the evidence to that yet, but obviously he has a lot more assets than I do.
All right, retired Army Colonel Wayne Sanders of Bloomberg Intelligence, appreciate you jumping in here. Now we have seen a massive move on optimism. We thought that the war would end, but now it's starting to look like, according to trading desks, including JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs, that what we actually saw yesterday was a massive short squeeze, contributing to the biggest rally in stocks in more than 10 months. Headlines trying to push to end the war from the U.S. and Iran basically triggered a rush to dump bearish bets. Bloomberg senior strategist Jan Patrick Barnard reported on this, and it's also due to JP. I guess the end of the month, the end of the quarter, so pension funds putting money to work, and reversal of the short gamma positioning that dealers had.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a mix of things, and certainly like the headlines, even though we get a bit of a contradiction today from President Trump, have certainly helped, and it shows like the market is looking for an off-ramp and wants an off-ramp, just given how bearish the positioning has become. But it also shows you that this is a phase right now where I feel like it's more about market mechanics and not so much about the fundamentals and the sentiment, actually, because we have seen so much shorting in the last couple of weeks from hedge funds, from trend following investors. We have seen like de-risking from all sides, corners of the market, even though if the decline of the S&P 500 was rather shallow at the beginning. But still, so I feel like we're in a market that is more technical than fundamental, because if everybody tells me we can already foresee that this conflict is over, and that we on top of that can foresee what that conflict will have kind of an afterplay in terms of corporate earnings and macro data, I'm very skeptical about this. So I would take this as a very short-term, very technical move, and not so much about change in sentiment or optimism, or broader optimism among investors.
Where does it leave us then, JP? Do we have a sense of current positioning? Are shorts covered? Does that give us room to load back up? Well, what does it all say about the trajectory from here?
You gotta buy it. Well, I would say this is the first typical impulse where you have the ultra fast money, and those with the let's say the most strict risk management, that they exit the position because they are always at risk of being squeezed into a move if this plays out to actually be an off ramp for that conflict. But I would say we are now at the point where, it sounds a bit lame, but both things can happen. I guess if Trump is now backing off from anything of ceasefire and Hormuz is back on the table, then it has to be opened, and this conflict will certainly go longer, more bombs will fall, and then the market will probably move back into higher oil prices and lower stocks in the broadest sense. If we even tonight get a real roadmap for an off-ramp and real evidence of talks and an idea of how this is going to be resolved, then I guess we will see more short covering, because then probably today and yesterday was only the beginning.
JP, appreciate it. That's Bloomberg's Jan Patrick Barnett. Now, elsewhere in stocks, check out what some of the retail sector is doing. Nike.
All right. I'm going to go back to Al Jazeera, but my take on this is that for the retail investor, it's important to start buying into the broad indexes, Russell or the S&P 500, buy into it, get the dollar cost averaging. I still think that there's going to be a 7,400 to 7,800 by year end, maybe even higher for the S&P 500. Now, in terms of Trump's speech, Trump is probably going to say he's going to use ground forces. So there's going to be an escalation, and then there's going to be a ramp down after that. So I think that it's going to be two-part. It's not going to be an either or. He's not going to say, well, we're going to de-escalate. He's not going to say we're going to escalate. I have a feeling that he's going to give it a nuance. It's very possible that we're using ground forces soon, or maybe even before the speech. Not after the speech, maybe before the speech or during the speech. Who knows? But the way the oil markets are reacting to Trump's just announced rhetoric, oil is trading higher. Now we have it at $100.73 for WTI futures, and natural gas is trading at 2.839 at the moment. And the futures for the S&P 500 is at 6,596. And like I said, today is a test to see if the 6,600 will become a support level. So we'll see. Let's play Al Jazeera here talking about Iran asks for truce.
You know, and try to translate them into what fits him. He wants a ceasefire, and the issue is that the Iranians haven't asked for anything like this. So the Iranians are denying that they've asked for any ceasefire. This is now clear. I have a senior official talking to, and it's not what they did.
Okay, and also in the rest of Donald Trump's statement, if you go on to read it, he says that we will continue blasting Iran into oblivion. It doesn't seem like he's considering pausing hostilities anytime soon.
Well, the fact that we know that President Trump is to speak this evening, United States time, and to give a very important update on the war. Now, regardless of what's going to be the position, whether he's going to announce a ceasefire from one side, or he's going to announce a ground invasion of Iranian islands, also from yesterday's interview with the Iranian foreign minister, I think it was a very timely interview with our colleagues here at Al Jazeera Bureau in Tehran. He said clearly, Abbas Araghchi said clearly that Iran is ready to fight. It's ready to fight for more than 6 months. It's ready to continue this war till they achieve their own objectives.
Ali, thanks for that. Ali Hashem there in Tehran. Let's head to Ramallah. Nor, a day following developments in Israel in the occupied West Bank. So, Nor, Israel will be watching very closely what's going on. Of course, Donald Trump, as we've been hearing, due to make a statement in prime time a little bit later in the United States, but now saying that Iran has asked the United States of America for a ceasefire, but nobody seems to know much about it.
Well, the chatter in Israel, Nick, is not about Iran asking for a ceasefire. The estimation in Israel is that Iran is not interested in what the U.S. administration is now presenting, at least in public, because that would amount to capitulation. Israelis estimate, at least in the intelligence community, that the regime is still standing, it's still intact. And that explains why only about 50% of Israelis believe that this war will end with its collapse. What they are waiting for is for these announced efforts and talks to collapse in order to carry out a serious and marked escalation in the bombing. And eyes are on Iran's energy resources. That is at least what the commentary in Israel is at the moment, what the estimation is of what the Israeli decision makers are discussing at the moment. They're waiting for these efforts to fail in order to escalate, in order to target Iranian energy sources, because the objective in Israel is to not just decimate Iran, but to not allow it to recover. And in many ways, many commentators here would say even chaos would not be too bad as far as Israel is concerned. As long as Iran cannot recuperate, cannot stand on its feet after the war, Israel can live with the consequences.
Okay, no, a little bit later, we'll speak to you. Let's go to Riyadh now. Faisal Abbas is there, the editor-in-chief of Arab News, which is a Saudi-based English language daily. Faisal, good to have you with us. So Donald Trump saying that Iran has asked for a ceasefire. What do you make of it?
Nick, the first casualty of war is always the truth. We don't really know what's going on, but I believe there is a speech happening in just about 12 hours, and I would suspect that there will be a bit more clarity once the president gives that speech. There are also the back channel conversations that have been had through Pakistan and China's involvement. I suspect there might be some aspects that may not be visible to the rest of us. Hopefully, of course, that route might have achieved something, but we should remember an important aspect here is that all parties concerned in this war in particular are very much concerned with saving face. So it does not surprise me on either side that somebody might be declaring victory or that the other side has surrendered. And I would hate to use a cliche, but time will tell.
Indeed, Faisal, it's one that everybody's been trying to avoid at this point in time. But Faisal, as you say, all eyes will be on Donald Trump's pronouncement when he makes a speech a little bit later. And there was a lot of speculation that this could be potentially opening the door to a resolution, or on the other hand, an uptick in hostilities. And given that Donald Trump is now saying we will continue blasting Iran into oblivion basically until the Strait of Hormuz is open, one would have to assume it is the latter, that it is going to be an uptick in escalation.
I am not really sure. Don't forget with this particular administration, Nick, the target audience isn't you and me as much as it is the MAGA audience or the internal American audience. So I would take that with a grain of salt. And as I said, I cannot really foresee or look into a crystal ball and find out exactly if he means what he says or he says what he means. But I do know for sure that there has been back channeling done through Pakistan and hopefully with a bit of Chinese involvement. My hopes is that some sort of a middle ground might have been achieved, or some sort of compromise might have been achieved in the last few days.
Okay, on that diplomatic track, which is being pushed, as you say, by China and Pakistan, or Pakistan and China, Pakistan primarily, has it got legs, do you think?
Well, look, we know that China has a lot of leverage on Iran, and in fact, perhaps one of the few countries that are friends with Iran. Pakistan is very well placed and trusted by major countries in the region, such as Saudi Arabia and Turkey and Egypt, to play that role. The current Pakistani Prime Minister is one of the few leaders, I have to say, in the world that is in favor with the American administration. So the stars are aligned in terms of Pakistan playing that role. What gives me a little bit more reassurance is the Chinese statements which came out yesterday, which seemed to be in favor of a diplomatic push. And let us also not forget, this is not just about good intention. China actually also has a strategic interest in the opening up of the Strait of Hormuz and the free flow of energy. It is the world's largest importer of energy, and indeed, increased prices is not in its favor.
Right, and Faisal, it seems pretty evident, doesn't it, that whatever happens, there will still be fundamental issues still in play when Donald Trump eventually does pull out, and that will specifically revolve around the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the drops and the lozenges. This will help to neutralize any irritation that you may have. It's really important to take during the cold season and the allergy season. You can get it in honey and lemon for the drops, blueberry, and also cherry flavor. Now for the lozenges, which are larger, you can get it in vitamin C, orange splash, and Manuka honey. So please go to my store, get the lozenges and the drops, get a few bags for your household. You never know when you need it. Have some at work, have some at home. The moment you have that throat irritation, take them right away. These are better than other drops and lozenges because they will help to neutralize. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver drops and lozenges. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video.
Regarding the premature ceasefire might only lead to further chaos.
I fully agree, and that is possibly the worst possible outcome. And I think there is a consensus by all Gulf countries that a solution should be one that we can all agree on. What you want to avoid is a situation where you're left with, in this case, not just an injured lion, but an insulted lion with the capabilities that they have clearly shown they have to inflict damage over their neighbors, not respecting red lines, not respecting civilian areas, and certainly not respecting bilateral agreements. And I here refer to us, particularly in Saudi Arabia. We have been betrayed when it comes to the Beijing Declaration of 2023, which is essentially a non-aggression pact that we've signed in good faith, and we took the Iranians at face value or to their word. So far, we have collectively, the Gulf has practiced self-restraint, but as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has put it out in a statement earlier, all options are on the table, including the right to deter. But I do hope that if there is any chance for a negotiated outcome to emerge out of the Pakistani initiative or the Pakistani efforts, then surely a negotiated outcome could be the most possible and safest option out of this.
Faisal, great to get your perspective. Really appreciate it. Faisal Abbas, editor-in-chief of the Saudi English Daily. Thank you.
All right, let's go to Bill O'Reilly being interviewed by News Nation.
Joins us now. Welcome back to the show, sir. Bill, good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me, Katie.
Great to see you. So your special is called The Decline and Fall of San Francisco. For those who haven't seen it yet, what's the biggest takeaway about the city's failures and your experience covering this? And does it also include, can this be applied to other cities we're seeing around the country?
Well, it's 40,000 drug addicts running wild in that town, doing exactly what they want to do, and the city of San Francisco is paying them to do it. So the rate of homelessness in San Francisco, which according to a Harvard study is about 85% drug addicted, they get money. They get debit cards in the name of humanity and compassion. And so they migrate to the city and have destroyed the inner core. And it should never, ever be happening in the United States of America. This is horrible. And it's not compassion to allow people to kill themselves out on the street. That's not compassionate.
Yeah, we've seen policies in other cities that end that. Of course, domestic priorities for President Trump continue to be a focus. Bringing down the cost of living is something that he's been talking about. He's been promised to do on the campaign trail, making America's streets safer. But of course, the attention on the war in Iran is taking up a lot of significant time in briefings, other public events. He's asked about this, of course, every time he does a gaggle with reporters. Today, the president suggested, and you talked about the European allies last time you were on the show, it's in choice words that I agreed with. He suggested the European allies go get their own oil rather than relying on the U.S. to continue fighting battles in which they have an interest. What do you make of that statement? And is it time that the people who benefit the most from the Strait of Hormuz being open go in and get the oil?
Well, look. Well, let's take a look at what's going to happen tomorrow night, because it'll be very interesting. President Trump, I've known him 35 years. He doesn't deliver bad news like this. So you can expect a positive speech tomorrow at 9 Eastern. Okay, he's not gonna go in and say, hey, we screwed up, it isn't working out, we're not getting what we want. That's not happening. So the president will put a positive face on the situation. He'll run down his greatest hits, like he always does. You've heard it before, but he'll reiterate. And then he'll pivot. I'm not sure what the Iranians have agreed to, but they've agreed to something. So he's not going to go on and say, hey, I don't have anything. Thanks for watching, and now back to different strokes. He's not going to do that. So the Iranians agreed to something. But it'll probably leak out tomorrow, I'd say around mid-afternoon, what that something is. Now, as far as NATO is concerned, that alliance is shattered. It's like Humpty Dumpty. Nobody's going to put it back together again. It's over. The president expected some support, and NATO let him down, particularly Spain. If it were me, I'd try to get Spain out of NATO because they denied landing rights to U.S. air power. And they have no reason to do that, Spain. But they did it out of spite because it's a socialist country. And they don't pay their dues like everybody else does for NATO. Why do we need Spain?
Yeah.
Why?
No, actually, on that question, on that issue, I want to follow up on a different topic, but related, because we're seeing this play out in real time, where our NATO allies are not allowing us to use our bases or their bases when we need them in a crisis. The president has made the case that this is why the United States should be in charge of Greenland. And then the NATO partners have come in and said, no, we reassure you that you'll be allowed to use spaces in Greenland whenever you need to, should there be a defensive cause against Russia and China in the Arctic. Does that fall apart now as a result of what we're seeing in the Middle East?
I don't expect to hear any of that.
Not tomorrow, but I mean generally, or more broadly, not just tomorrow night.
I think the Greenland thing has receded because it just didn't make any sense. We can use Denmark's territory. Denmark's not going to object to it.
We'll see.
Yeah, they're not going to object to it. All
right, let's go to Bloomberg here. They're talking about the treasury market.
That was, I think, the right trade ex-war was that 2-year yields would go down and 10-year yields would kind of hover where they were at 4.25%, plus or minus a little bit. And then, but because of the war and the inflation expectations in particular that shot up during the war, that really brought the short end of the curve. So now the question that people are asking me is, when will it be time to re-engage? And of course, you know, with all the headlines coming out of Washington and stuff, it's very difficult to know exactly when to re-engage. So therefore, just get flat, stay kind of neutral to market, and then look for time to get engaged when it seems like we have a better idea about what the end state is.
What are the dynamics if we clear the war and people are talking about a snapback, if you will? Is that a massive price up, yield down?
Well, I think it is in the front end of the yield curve, Tom, because when you look at 2-year yields, more than half of the amount that they've sold off. So look, we went from around 3.4% in 2-year yields all the way up to 4% at one point. And most of that was on increased inflation expectations. So if those inflation expectations snap back pretty significantly and go from 3.5% over the next year and a half to say 3%, now all of a sudden you wind up having a big rally back to below 3.5% again on the 2-year. So you could get a pretty decent return on that kind of situation from the front end of the yield curve. Then the question becomes, how does the Fed react to all of this? And that's kind of the second order effect of the end of the war.
So the Fed, I'm looking at the work function, kind of no movement is forecasted for the remainder of 2026. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, well, I think that makes sense in the sense that the Fed has to be careful that inflation expectations don't get away from it, and at the same time, they don't want to hike interest rates because they don't want to cause a recession and cause jobs to go down, right? Because that's the other side of their mandate. Unlike the ECB, which only cares about inflation and really doesn't care about the job market very much from a again, from their primary mandate perspective. So I think the Fed being on hold makes sense. I do suspect that once the war winds down, that we will start to price back in at least one cut by the end of this year, maybe another cut in the first quarter of next year. And we'd actually just this morning put out our updated interest rate forecast, and that path of the Fed is embedded in the forecast. There's a couple more cuts, but not a lot.
In the market opener, I would usually will continue with this. I would please stay with us here for the next couple of minutes. Futures up 35. I'm going to say on the opening, the Dow on the first print up 364 with the market opening. Alexis Christophorous.
All right, stocks are kicking off the first day of the month and the second quarter get a rally as investors bet the war will soon be over. The S&P 500 up 35 points at 65.65. Dow Jones Industrial Average up about 0.8% or 363 points. We've got the NASDAQ up 0.7% or 151 points. Oil continuing its slide. Brent crude down 2%, 101.79 at the level. WTI crude down more than 1% at $100 the barrel. We've got the 10-year yield at 4.32% and the 2-year yield now inching up to 3.79%. And we're going to call Nike the loser du jour today. This stock is down 12% after forecasting.
All right, we're going to go to CSIS. But before we do, Iran continues denying truce claims. So who knows what's going to go on with the speech tonight at 9:00 p.m. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the digestive enzyme complex. This will help to break up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. This will help you to absorb your nutrients, reduce load on your pancreas. Super important if you're 40 years of age or older, male or female. It's really important to help your pancreatic health. Also, digestive enzyme complex has bromelain enzyme, which helps to break up clots, and digestive enzyme complex has the proteolytic enzymes to break up glycoproteins, which is really important to take during the cold season. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the digestive enzyme complex. If you are an athlete, younger or older, you would also benefit from digestive enzyme complex because this will help to break up your pre or post-workout fueling. So please go to my store, get the digestive enzyme complex. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Make sure you use discount 5 to save some money. Let's listen to CSIS. This is their analysis on how the war in Iran is affecting China's energy security.
Iran enters its second month. The energy shocks that are being caused by increased volatility in the price of oil and gas and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz are starting to be felt around the world. The energy security of countries in Asia is particularly under threat. How is China doing? My name is Ilaria Manzocco, and welcome to China Pulse. And today I'm joined by my colleague Ryan Featherston, Associate Fellow with the Trustee Chair in Chinese Business and Economics. And we're going to be looking at some data about China's situation at the moment.
Yeah, always great to be here with you, Ilaria, talking about some data. So starting off, the first question is just, how exposed is China to all of this volatility and turmoil in the Strait of Hormuz? So this chart looks at China's top oil suppliers last year, 2025, looking at this in barrels of oil. So we can see that the countries that have the purple bars, those are countries that have the highest exposure to the Strait of Hormuz. Those are Gulf countries.
This means these are countries that when the oil or gas leaves these countries, it has to go through the Strait of Hormuz, right? And so they are really, they're really very much affected.
Yes.
And then, of course, there's the red as well, Ryan, if you want to explain that.
Yeah. So obviously this video is focused on, Iran and what's going on with, the Iran war and its effect on China. We've highlighted these countries because, in China's official trade statistics, and that's where this data comes from, it actually reports that it imports no oil from Iran. Now, we know that's not true. And so oftentimes that Iranian oil is coming, it's showing up in places like Malaysia, the Indonesian data. Not necessarily all of this is exports, from Iran to China. But we know that there's transshipment that occurs through those countries. And so it's important to look at those as well as being particularly affected by the current conflict.
And Ryan, I think it's worth noting here that this is the exposure to, obviously to imports, but China also has a lot of reserves of oil,
Yes.
right? That can add, give China about 4 months of security, let's put it that way, right? That's quite significant.
Yes, it does have pretty significant reserves, and that gives it some form of cushion. And of course, as we've talked about, even the oil that's not coming directly from the Strait of Hormuz, that's still, it's going to be at a higher price. There's disruptions. It's a global commodity market, right? And so it's something that, we can't just say, oh, all this oil that's coming from Russia and Brazil and Oman, it's all going to be at the normal kind of way in which China was consuming it before. But let's zoom in specifically on Iran just to get a better picture. So this is a chart looking at China-Iran trade in total. So you can see what we were talking about before. China says it exports around, 7 billion, in total to in USD in total to Iran. It says that it only imports 3 billion from Iran. Now we know that's not true, and estimates from independent sources say it's probably more around 31 last year in 2025. And then we can see here China's total, oil imports, the value of them last year. So really what this is showing is that yes, China has pretty imbalanced trade with Iran, but actually Iranian oil imports only made up around, 12 to 13% of China's oil imports in 2025. And for Iran, that actually, its exports to China made up 80 to 90% of its total oil exports. So it's really the case that, Iran is probably much more reliant on China as a, final purchaser of its oil than China is reliant on Iran as a source of oil.
Right. And then ultimately, as you said before, the real challenge for China is the sort of volatility that this is creating globally in the prices, rather than, it's not able to access, Iranian oil specifically, right? It's obviously got other sources it can get oil from, as this chart makes very clear, but the price of oil is just generally going up for everyone.
Yes, and of course that has feed-in effects for China's relationship with the rest of the world too, which we'll touch on a little bit later. But important to note, just kind of looking at that relationship. So next is just kind of how does this factor into China's total energy landscape, and what's going on? What can you tell me about that, Maria?
Yeah, of course. So it's primary energy consumption, right? So we'll look at electricity in just a second.
Yes, yeah.
But this was just to highlight just how important, coal continues to be for China. And oil has been really sort of steady. It's really plateaued demand for oil. It's not growing. Of course, China is still, the one of the key consumers of oil globally. But there's been some interesting shifts there, which we'll look at in a second. And, in this chart, you can't really see the importance of renewables. And maybe if we go to the next one with electricity, I think that'll become a little clearer. I mean, keep in mind that oil, coal in particular, can be used for feedstock, other sources as well. So I think not just for electricity production.
Yeah, and if we look at electricity, some of those trends start to become a little bit clearer.
Right. And so China's energy mix here becomes really interesting, I think, from a geopolitical standpoint, right? So there's coal. A lot of that coal is procured domestically in China. Yeah. Certainly, it's not coming from the coal that's imported is not coming from the Middle East.
Yeah.
And then oil really is not used for electricity.
Yeah,
we have like a little bit of natural gas. It's increased over time, but it's just a country that's just not as reliant on natural gas as some other countries. And then of course renewables have just become like a much more significant source of energy, right? And if you look at those, right, hydropower, wind, solar, nuclear, those are all sort of non-fossil fuel energy sources, which have grown very rapidly. I mean, of course, hydropower not growing as much, but is a significant source of energy.
Yeah.
And so it's just going up a lot. So really China's energy mix at the moment, you can really characterize it as these non-fossil fuel, new energy sources, and then coal, which turns out makes you a little more resilient from an energy security perspective if, all this is procured domestically, which it is in China. So from an environmental and climate standpoint, that's very, one would feel very ambivalent about this, but it does have this sort of interesting, it does put China in a sort of interesting position when it comes to energy security, or, especially vis-a-vis these kinds of shocks. But why don't we zoom into oil and how oil is used in China?
Yeah, and one thing just quick,
yes.
We can see, this is just to zoom in, see a little bit more of the renewables. China by far leads the world in, installations of, solar and wind capacity. And so that's something you can hear, you can see a little bit more clearly in this chart. But yeah, moving on to oil demand, I think that's where we see some interesting trends about how oil is actually used in China, and things that we've talked about a lot in other China Pulse videos. How does China's electrification, particularly of transport, affect this picture?
Right, and so this is data from the International Energy Agency, and it hasn't been updated past 2023.
Yeah.
So this is, the cutoff is 2023, but since 2023, you see this sort of dip up in 2023 of like transport going back up. It's really plateaued.
Yeah.
It's not, actually it's decreased a little bit. And so overall oil demand, as we saw before, is really sort of plateaued. But this also tells us that it's not, the number, the amount of oil that's used by, at the gas pump by consumers is actually decreasing. And a lot of it is used by an industry and other uses, which, are create, usually there's a little more padding there, I think, in terms of certainly like the petrochemical industry in China is very important and it's grown very rapidly. But, I think that generally sort of creates a little bit less of a sort of immediate reaction on the part of citizens, consumers, right, that are unable to or are paying a lot more to fill their gas tank. Now, and I think if we look at the other chart, this is like, we've obviously talked about this before, but now new car sales in China, and last year it was just over 50% of new car sales were electric vehicles. Now, some of those, that includes plug-in hybrids, which do use still gasoline, but I think it just gives you a sense of like where, the transportation is headed in China. Of course, there's also been massive infrastructure developments with high-speed rail, metro, etc., which have allowed a lot of Chinese consumers to switch from using their car to using electricity-based solutions for transportation, which again improves China's energy security and sort of reduces its exposure to these shocks. As we said before, China's still importing a ton of oil, so this is not like, this doesn't mean that China is not exposed, but it is a little bit less exposed than other countries in this sense, or at least the long-term trend is putting it on this trajectory.
Yes, and I think one interesting thing from International Energy Agency research showed that actually, EV adoption had substituted around 1.2 million barrels per day of, kind of oil use in the country. So that kind of shows that, like you're saying, it's kind of just one part of China's energy security, that this electrification is helping reduce that external dependency on their side.
Yeah, totally.
And then looking forward, I think this is something that's maybe an underappreciated aspect of the potential impact of the conflict on China. So obviously, this is a global energy shock, right? It means that countries around the world, people in countries around the world are going to be spending more on fuel for the time being until the crisis is resolved, and potentially for a little bit longer after that, right? And so that means that they're spending more on fuel, and they are potentially spending less on Chinese products. We had a whole other video where we discussed how much China exported and where they were exporting to. But we can see here, this chart looks at contribution to growth. What was driving growth. These last 4 bars are last year, and we can see this purple part. I think when we did the calculation, around a third of growth last year came from exports. And so even if China isn't directly impacted by by oil flows and that disruption to trade, or it's not as directly impacted as other countries, it's still impacted by the fact that it's going to have, maybe consumers who are less able to buy things.
Absolutely, right? And so it's like a difference between the sort of short-term shock and then the medium to long-term shock, which in a way might be even more concerning. And I mean, I think there's 2 types of potential decreases or sources of decreases in exports for China. One is, directly to countries that, are reliant on the Strait of Hormuz, right? The UAE,
as well,
right? And which, for example, in the topic that is close to our hearts, the UAE does import quite a few electric vehicles from China, for example, right? Or cars in general. But then I think more broadly, it's also, there's just like regions like Europe are obviously very sensitive to energy shocks. And already the European economy as a whole has been relatively slow, if not stagnating. And so, that would be, it's a major source of exports for China. So if there's less demand in Europe, that could have knock-on effects and that could be sort of a more, that could be prolonged, right? Even beyond the war itself.
Yeah, and I think those are things we're going to be looking out for as, you know, this conflict progresses and, you know, as China's economy enters, you know, and we see data from the first quarter of China, right? So these are definitely topics that we're going to be paying a lot of attention to.
Yes, thank you so much. As a reminder, you can read about these topics and more on our website.
Hugely attractive to this war.
It is, and again, we got the 10-year, I'm sorry, the 2-year treasury, 3.79. As I was just saying, we were at 340 not too long ago, so definitely some movement there.
Really want to emphasize oil, $101 a barrel, really hasn't moved all that much versus lift 2 days in a row. I mean, Dow up 370 points, 0.8%. So, man, the VIX, could we get a 23 in the
All right.
VIX?
So what's happening with the market right now is the S&P 500 is trading at 6,562. VIX is at 20.07. Oil's trading at $99.31, and the natural gas futures is trading at 2.832. Again, we're below that 6,600 level. It's important today to establish that. Hopefully, the S&P 500 is above 6,600 today when it closes. But because of the news from Trump, you know, Trump saying that the Iranians asked for a ceasefire, the Iranian leaders are saying, no, we didn't. So there's undulations in the market going up and down. So who knows what's going to happen. So that's why we have the show, you know, to cover the volatility of news. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the probiotics. This is the veggie cap version. You can also get the powdered version. I prefer taking the powdered version because I take all these different powders like the lignans and the collagen, the boomer boost and the gladiator barley. I have lots of different powders that you can take as supplements. So it's just easier for me to mix it with soft foods like hummus or yogurt. But you can get the powdered version or the veggie cap version. Both are very high quality. Take these probiotics every day. And by improving your gut biome, you're reducing inflammation. You're helping to boost up your immune system at the gut level. Your metabolism will improve. The communication between your gut and your liver and your gut and brain will improve. Your skin will improve. And you'll be able to sleep better, be able to concentrate better, and memory will improve with a better gut biome. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Good health starts at the gut. So get the veggie cap version or the powdered version of the probiotics and prebiotics and improve your health. Make sure you use discount 5 and you get $5 off. It's all caps, discount 5. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. If you do what I'm telling you to take, and you do it regularly, you will slow down the aging process and get healthy. It's that simple. All right, let's go to BBC. Starmer just mentioned about how the UK is going to host talks on the Strait of Hormuz. So let's listen in here.
The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has become the latest world leader to outline their plan for responding to the energy crisis brought about by the US-Israeli war on Iran. An hour earlier, the Australian Prime Minister gave a rare address to the nation as cuts to fuel tax in the country began to bring down petrol prices. And in Germany, gas stations will now only be able to raise pump prices once a day as costs spiral. Here, the Prime Minister has warned that it's inevitable that war will impact the future of the UK, but reassured the public that his government has put in place the measures to withstand it. Sir Keir Starmer didn't announce any new policies, but pointed to previous measures, including capping energy bills and keeping fuel duty cuts in place until September.
This is the problem with socialism. They're going to try to do price controls. Price controls don't work. That's been proven. That's an economic proven statement that I just made. Price controls don't work. They will only make things worse. Once again, a liberal, socialist, trying to think that they can control the economy while economies are complex systems, chaotic systems that you can't control. Stupid, but Starmer's a stupid ass.
This is not our war. We will not be drawn into the conflict. That is not in our national interest. And the most effective.
Oh, really? All right. Okay. See, the crazy thing about Starmer and the socialists in the UK, they wanted to demonize energy. So they basically told the energy companies like British Petroleum, you know what? Stop investing in the North Sea because we're going to have windmills and we're going to have solar panels and we're going to have open borders so a caliphate can come in and take over the country. And so now they're more dependent on the Middle East than they were before. You have to remember, what was the reason why that they did the exploration in North Sea for energy? Because of Iran. Back in the 70s. They didn't learn a lesson. Just like a stupid liberal never learns their lesson.
Way we can support the cost of living in Britain is to push for de-escalation in the Middle East and a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which is such a vital route for energy. To that end, we're exploring each and every diplomatic avenue that is available to it. The Foreign Secretary.
Well, wait a minute here. Why doesn't he mention that a defanged, declawed, theocratic regime in Iran is very important for stability in the region and stability worldwide? No, he just wants a simple solution because he's worried about his energy costs because they were so stupid to believe in sustainable energy. Guess what? You will use coal, natural gas, and oil for the rest of your life. Don't believe in sustainable energy is going to change the whole matrix here. It's not.
And the Chancellor have met their counterparts in the G7. The Defence Secretary has been in the Middle East speaking to our partners. And the UK has now brought together 35 nations around our statement of intent to push as one for maritime security across the Gulf. And today I can announce that later this week.
Well, maritime security is important. Open up the Strait of Hormuz is really important. But why isn't the international community working together to make sure that the theocratic regime is annihilated, the IRGC is annihilated, and that the seculars within Iran are self-governing? Now, maybe it's because I have too many degrees and Starmer's just a dipshit. But to me, it seems like a simple policy.
Secretary will host a meeting that brings those nations together for the first time, where we will assess all viable diplomatic and political measures that we can take to restore freedom of navigation, guarantee the safety of trapped ships and seafarers, and resume the movement of vital commodities. Following that meeting, we will also convene our military planners to look at how we can marshal our capabilities and make the strait accessible and safe after the fighting has stopped. Because I do have to level with people on this. This will not be easy.
Well, the Prime Minister also announced a new summit with the European Union, saying the UK's long-term interest requires closer ties with Europe. He also responded to comments from the US President Donald Trump to The Telegraph, saying he was strongly considering pulling the United States out of NATO.
Firstly, NATO is the single most effective military alliance the world has ever seen. And it has kept us safe for many decades.
But that's only because the United States did it. But when you have a bunch of Euro whiners not willing to fight, when you have a bunch of Eurowhiners not realizing that a self-determining, self-governing secular society in Iran is the best for the world, when you have leaders that aren't willing to get on the battlefield and fight, don't be surprised that Europe will just continue to degrade. Don't be surprised that NATO degrades. Past performance isn't an indicator of future performance.
And we are fully committed to NATO. Secondly, that whatever the pressure on me and others, whatever the noise,
this guy's a dickhead.
I'm going to act in the British national interest in all the decisions that I make.
Oh, really?
And that's why
Oh, really? Hey, for the British citizens, you don't even have the culture English anymore. The English culture is gone. It's gone. Why? Because of your party, because of your government, because of your administration allowing for a cultural takeover. So for the benefit, so let me get this straight. They have a lot of immigrants that are coming in to the UK. And most of them are from the Middle East. There's a takeover of London. The English culture is dying. Dying. It's dying. The hunting culture within Britain is dying. All right? So what's happening is it's being taken over by Islamic persuasion, and they're not willing to fight in the Middle East because he's afraid of domestic issues. He's afraid of terrorism. He's afraid of saying that there are certain people that if you bring into your country too fast, if you bring in too many of them, you lose your culture. But he's supposed to be making decisions and policy for the best of British citizens? Which British citizens? Which? Because to me, it seems as though the British culture has died. And guess what? You're going to be eating a lot of falafel in Britain and not so much fish and chips.
That this is not our war, or we're not going to get dragged into it. But I'm equally clear that when it comes to defence and security and our economic future, we have to have closer ties with Europe. That's why we had the summit last year. This year, as I've just announced, will be a further summit. We will make good on the commitments that we put in place.
So he's not willing to fight with the military, but he's going to have price controls and try to move towards integration with the EU. Sounds like a little bit of a reversal of Brexit. That's what it sounds to me. Sounds like a globalist. You can't have economic autonomy. You can't have economic prosperity unless you're willing to fight on the battlefield. Do you think Rome was so prosperous because they were just focused on economics? There's a mixture when it comes to international policy of economics and military prowess. Now, does this guy look like he has any military prowess? No. No, not at all. The country has fallen to Islam.
Last year, but we will also go further in relation to the alignment.
Well, let's speak to our political correspondent, Ian Watson. And Ian, no new policies or measures today, unlike other world leaders have announced after what's been going on in the Middle East. Will that be something that Keir Starmer is likely to be criticised for?
It undoubtedly will, actually, by the opposition and indeed the media, of course, asking when can we expect to hear details of any package of help for people. He said not once but twice this won't be easy. Once in relation to the Strait of Hormuz, where obviously the oil is not flowing from at the moment, and secondly, more widely in terms of the economic impact of the conflict. So what people wanted to know, I think, including some of the people at the press conference, was when we could expect certain measures to be put in place. For example, help with energy bills. What he wanted to emphasize was that
socialism. Now, what were we talking about 6 months ago? The debt cliff for the UK, the debt cliff for France, the debt cliff for Germany. Now, there is a debt cliff starting to emerge for the United States too, but we have a little bit of a runway to try to fix it. But the British, they have too many social programs. They have too much of a reliance on financial engineering by their central bank, the Bank of England. And they need to truncate the government spending to be able to control their payments on bonds. They issue too much debt. And they're going to try to control prices. Well, at the household level, that sounds all great. At the societal level, it's disastrous. Price controls don't work. Your society's going to be more fucked up. Trust me on this. Short the UK, buy US.
Policy, energy bills were coming down and staying down for the next 3 months. But he, like the Chancellor Rachel Reeves, tended to suggest that when any help did kick in, if the conflict is protracted, that wouldn't happen until the autumn. He said that only 7% of energy use was during the summer. So some people might be worried when the energy price cap is lifted in July, that they will see the bills going up and won't have any immediate help. Obviously, we know that help, when it does come, will be targeted, but again, no more detail on how it will be targeted, what level of household income people should have. And with Australia, for example, cutting its fuel duty, Ireland's doing much the same. He was asked directly by the BBC what he was going to do about fuel duty here, and again, he said, well,
breaking news, Trump arrives at the Supreme Court for Birthright hearing.
Remains in place until September. So again, no guarantee that would be reversed, even though just about everyone expects that if the conflict is protracted, that is exactly what he'd do. So it may well be that Downing Street has a plan to roll out its measures at certain times. It's also facing, of course, local elections in England, national elections for the Scottish and Welsh parliaments. So, there's a lot going on beyond this conflict, and it may well be that he wants to make announcements at specific times. We didn't get much more detail today. I think what we did get in terms of direction of travel, though, was interestingly, he chose to emphasise having closer relationships with the EU. We knew there was going to be a summit this year in the summer, but he also talked up the prospects for that summit. He said it would be a stock-taking summit. He was going to be far more ambitious. And so I think he was trying to say, look, we have a crisis here, but I've also got a long-term strategy for trying to grow the economy and to bounce back. It's also one, though, which drew very clear dividing lines with Reform UK, for example, going into those elections that I mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, he was asked very clearly, wasn't he, about the pivot, whether there was a pivot from the US to Europe. And it's all in response to the relationship with the EU. So it was interesting. He said sort of the similar thing a couple of times, whatever the pressure, whatever the noise, I am the British Prime Minister and I have to act.
Breaking news, US March ISM Manufacturing Index is at 52.7. Estimate was 52.3. So manufacturing's improving a little bit, slightly.
Our national interests.
Yeah, I don't think we could see everything entirely through the prism of the forthcoming May elections, but it certainly is the case that Keir Starmer, as a party leader, is unpopular, that his party is trailing the polls. But one thing which seems to have struck a chord with the British public is having this distance, perhaps as a matter of circumstance rather than choice, but a distance from President Trump, and also his guarantee that there wouldn't be any UK involvement in offensive action against Iran, that the action we take is defensive. That seems to be playing relatively well in the polls, so it's not surprising that he re-emphasises that. It was interesting he didn't get involved in some of the rhetoric that Donald Trump had been involved in, but I thought there were some interesting things that he said. He didn't just go on particularly about not being dragged into the war. He also talked about people being worried by the aggressive rhetoric that they heard. He didn't say who was responsible for that aggressive rhetoric, but I think we can probably have in mind the President and his Secretary of State for War in the United States.
Yeah, and there's plenty more analysis from all our correspondents. Ian Watson, our political correspondent, thank you, and plenty more analysis from our correspondents on the BBC News website. There is live.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nail silver tube or the quick dispenser. This structural nail silver gel is really important. It's dual purpose. You can use it as a daily skincare. You can also put it on a wound to help heal the wound quicker. It'll help to heal it about a third of the time quicker. If you're not feeling well or someone around you's not feeling well because of the cold season, something's going around in your society, put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your eyes, around your ears, around your nose, lightly coat your nostrils. It'll stay active and neutralize for 5.5 hours. You can't do that with Perel. There's nothing better than this. As structural nail silver, it's really important that you make sure you have some of this available for your household. And again, you can use it daily as a skincare. Now, you can get it in the tube form or the quick dispenser form. Structural nail silver gel, very high quality. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video. Make sure you use discount 5 to get $5 off any order.
She's like number 12 or something out of thousands and thousands. we should claim she has a huge Connecticut affiliation, sterling at tennis for the state of Connecticut in high school. Tyler Kendall outside the Supreme Court, truly an historic moment. Paul, we got 4 or 5 minutes here before the start of it. Let us just summarize. How do you summarize truly the cacophony of the news to get us to the president's speech tonight?
Yeah, the president speaking at 9 p.m. tonight. And again, it seems like when you see some of the messaging from both sides, whether it be the U.S. side or the Iranian side, they're just kind of talking at each other. I'm not sure how much they're talking with each other as it relates to how this thing may unwind. But the president has certainly over the last several days been setting the stage for a withdrawal, probably sooner rather than later. I think he's now somewhat trying to characterize it in the context of maybe 2 to 3 weeks. So we'll have to see how that plays out. But that's what we're seeing in the equity markets, the bond market. We're not seeing that much of a pull off in the oil market, Tom. We're still we've got the WTI crude oil up about 2 to 3% today, but still at very elevated levels. And I think that just simply reflects the market saying, I still haven't heard anything credible about how we're going to securitize the Strait of Hormuz, and that kind of goes to the whole supply issue.
Well, our T-Live team is working as hard as they can.
know it does.
Just to overlay on
All right, the oral arguments for the birthright citizenship is just starting at the Supreme Court. Let's listen in.
Let's answer as to citizenship. The other point is the citizenship clause refers not just to national citizenship, but also to state citizenship. Are we to have 2 different definitions for those? It's one word, citizens of the United States and citizens of the state wherein they reside. So as you begin, I'd like you to go back at the beginning and be more specific about the answer. Those 2 definitions are the same or related, and what state citizenship is based on.
Thank you, Justice Thomas. I'll maybe start by addressing Dred Scott. As you alluded to the fact, Dred Scott, imposed one of the worst injustices in the history of this court, and it led to the outbreak of the Civil War. It's very clear, and this court in all of its early cases interpreting the 14th Amendment said, the one pervading purpose, the main object of the citizenship clause is to overrule Dred Scott and establish the citizenship of the freed slaves. So if you look at the debates in the congressional record and discussion surrounding the adoption of the citizenship clause, what you see is a very clear understanding that the newly freed slaves and their children have a relationship of domicile. They do not have a relationship to any foreign power. For example, there's a comment where he says, look, people have been here for 5 generations and clearly have no relationships to any foreign African potentate, or have a relationship of allegiance to the United States. And that reinforces our point that allegiance is what the word jurisdiction means. It doesn't mean regulatory jurisdiction or sort of being subject, merely subject to the laws. They're talking and they're thinking about it in those debates about allegiance. Now, as to your second question, if you look at the text of the clause, we believe there it says, born in the United States, born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, are citizens of the United States and the states of which they reside. So there's a constitutional guarantee that applies to both federal or national and state citizenship. And the key point we make there is that word reside, if you look at, for example, section 1473 of Justice Story's commentaries, was understood to mean domicile. So when they say subject to the jurisdiction, and then they go on to say you're a citizen of the United States and the state in which they reside, the very text of the clause itself presupposes that the citizen is domiciled in the United States. If they're present in a state at all, they reside there. Reside means domicile in the Constitution, and we think that strongly supports our interpretation. It's textual evidence of our domicile-based theory of jurisdiction.
Well, starting with that theory, you obviously put a lot of weight on subject to the jurisdiction thereof. But the examples you give to support that strike me as very quirky. Children of ambassadors, children of enemies during a hostile invasion, children on warships. And then you expand it to the whole class of illegal aliens are here in the country. I'm not quite sure how you can get to that big group from such tiny and sort of idiosyncratic examples.
There are those sort of narrow exceptions for ambassador foreign public ships. Tribal Indians is an enormous one that they were very focused on in the debates as well. But what I do is I invite the court to look at the intervening step, which is the enactment of the Civil Rights Act of 1866. And there it didn't say subject to the jurisdiction thereof. There it says not subject to any foreign power. Now, if you go back to Blackstone and Calvin's case, they say it does not matter if you are subject to any foreign power. If you are born in the king's domains, you have this indefeasible duty of allegiance to the king at any time. So there's a clear repudiation in the Civil Rights Act. The Civil Rights Act is this breakwater which makes it very, very clear that they are not thinking about allegiance in the terms of like the British common law. They've adopted the Republican conception of allegiance. So it's from not subject to any foreign power, and then the debates just a couple months later make it very clear that they're recodifying the same conception. They were dissatisfied with the potential ambiguity in the phrase Indians not taxed, and they adopted subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And one of the strongest statements of this is Senator Trumbull's statement that I quoted at the beginning, where he says, he's asked, what does that mean, subject to the jurisdiction thereof? And he says, it means not owing allegiance to anybody else. That is what it means. And this court picked up on that in Elk against Wilkins, when it says, it uses, completely subject to the political jurisdiction, not mere regulatory jurisdiction. What do you do with one Kim Ark's quote of Daniel Webster, who said, independently of a residence, with intention to continue such residence, independently of any domiciliation, independently of the taking of any oath of allegiance or renouncing any form of allegiance, it is well known that by the public law, a non-citizen, while he is here in the United States, owes obedience to this country's laws. Now, the examples that Wong R. Kim used as exceptions are situations in which there was not temporary allegiance to the United States. The children of foreign diplomats whose only allegiance was to their foreign country, and or occupied territory residents, including those citizens in Maine who had been occupied by the British forces. The US had no control over them. And the whole theory of the Indian tribes was similar. The Indian tribes were analogized
to foreign diplomats. So what do we do with that?
I'd say two things. First, as the Indian tribes, we think that's a case that strongly supports us because, of course, by 1866 and 1868, there was strong understanding that the Indian tribes were subject to the United States' regulatory jurisdiction.
But not the same way that temporary foreigners were. Meaning there was a real debate going on whether the U.S. actually had jurisdiction over Indian tribes. That's why our cases, for the longest time, until that was finally settled, said, absent some act of Congress, our laws don't apply. U.S. laws don't apply to Indians on Indian lands, correct?
I believe you look at the Rogers decision, for example, that we cite in our brief, where they say that they are subject to the.
That's later. I'm talking at the time.
Yes, at the time. So as of 1817.
So what did you do during the debates of the 1866 Civil Rights Act and of the 14th Amendment? With the entire discussion of the people who opposed the amendment, who kept saying, we can't pass it because we're making citizens of gypsies who have no allegiance to anybody, and we're going to make citizens of Chinese people who can't be citizens because we're not going to permit them to be citizens. What do we do with those debates and the fact that the proponents of both acts said everyone who's born in the US will be citizens?
First, as that particular exchange, page 2890 of the congressional record from 1866, Senator Cowan gives this virulently racist statement where he says that. And what does he say right at the beginning of that sort of offensive speech? He says, we can't have children of gypsies, children of Chinese immigrants, we can't have them become citizens. And he says, quote, have they any more rights than a sojourner in the United States? So he's trying to persuade the Republicans to his view by appealing to a common understanding that sojourners do not have children who become citizens. So there's powerful evidence there that everybody understood this to, not sweep in the temporary sojourner. And that's why you see for 40, 50 years, you see every commentator who addresses the specific question of temporary presence saying it's not covered by the clause, including for decades after Wong Kim Ark.
General, can I take you back to the Chief Justice's question about the specific exceptions to birthright citizenship that everybody seems to agree were recognized under the common law? And it brings up an important principle about how we interpret the law. When particular problems pop up, lawmakers may enact a general rule. When they do that, is the application of that general rule limited only to the situations that they had in mind when they adopted the general rule? Or do we say they adopted a general rule, they meant for that to apply to later applications that might come up? Justice Scalia had an example that dealt with this situation. He imagined an old theft statute that was enacted well before anybody conceived of the microwave oven. And then afterwards, someone is charged with the crime of stealing a microwave oven. And this fellow says, well, I can't be convicted under this because the microwave oven didn't exist at that time. And he dismissed that. There's a general rule there, and you apply it to future applications. And what we're dealing with here is something that was basically unknown at the time when the 14th Amendment was adopted, which is illegal immigration. So how do we deal with that situation when we have a general rule?
Yeah, I strongly agree with the way that you framed it, that there is a general principle that's a broad principle that's adopted the phrase subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And we submit that our theory of allegiance and domicile-based allegiance, what explains those specific exceptions that everybody was aware of, but it is broad enough to sweep in future situations. And as you pointed out, illegal immigration did not exist then. Now, the problem of temporary visitors did exist. And it's very interesting that as you look at pages 26 and 28 of our brief, commentators going from 1881 until 1922 are uniformly saying that children of temporary visitors are not included. Now that logic, we say, it's naturally extends. It's really a fortiori case. If you have someone who enters illegally by the 1880s, there are restrictions on immigration. If you've entered illegally, it's kind of a well-established principle of law going back to the Code of Justinian that says you're not allowed to be there. You don't have the legal capacity to create domicile.
But I think, General Sauer, that what you just said suggests that you can't be arguing in the way Justice Alito suggests, because most of your brief is not about illegal aliens. Most of your brief is about people who are just temporarily in the country, where there was quite clearly an experience of, an understanding of, that there were going to be temporary inhabitants. And your whole theory of the case is built on that group. You don't get to talking about undocumented persons until quite later and at much lesser, I think it's like 10 pages to 3 pages or something like that. So you can't really be going with Justice Alito's theory. You must be saying that there is a principle that developed, that was there in at the time of the 14th Amendment. Isn't that right?
We agree there's a principle there at the 14th Amendment. It is the jurisdiction means allegiance, the allegiance of and this is very strongly reflected in the 19th century sources. The allegiance of an alien present in another country is determined by domicile. And that goes back to the Venus and the Pizarro. It goes through the Cottrell affair in 1853. It comes right up to Fong Yui Ting and Lau Ao Du that are decided shortly before Wong Kim Ark. So that's the principle. That principle clearly applies here. I also respectfully disagree.
Yeah, and I guess, Mr. General Sauer, where does this principle come from? Allegiance, domicile, allegiance, I think you point to a Lincoln funeral speech as your primary example of where this principle comes from. It's certainly not what we think of when we think of the word jurisdiction, and I appreciate that jurisdiction has many meanings, but the first meaning is like, if you're subject to jurisdiction, you're subject to the authority of. One doesn't say, oh, what that means is a certain kind of allegiance that domiciliaries have and nobody else does. So the text of the clause, I think, does not support you. I think you're sort of looking for some more technical, esoteric meaning. And then the question comes, okay, if the text doesn't support you, if there's a real history of people using it that way, but as far as I can tell, at the time of the 14th, you're using some pretty obscure sources to get to this concept.
Well, I take it straight from the framers' mouths. So, for example, Senator Trumbull was asked, what does jurisdiction mean? He means subject to the jurisdiction. He said, what does that mean? He says it means not owing allegiance to anybody else. He's the principal framer of the Civil Rights Act of 1866. Representative Bigham, who's the framer of the 14th Amendment, is asked, what does it mean in the congressional record at page 1291? He says, within the jurisdiction of the United States of parents not owing allegiance to any foreign sovereignty. And we've cited many, many examples where the congressional debates reflect that. Then you referred to the oration of George Bancroft. That's one of probably 16 sources. Well, there's at least 13, counting that one in the 12 treatises we cited, pages 26 to 28 of our brief. There's over a dozen sources that specifically address temporary sojourners. In the 5 decades after the enactment of the amendment, every single one of them says, well, temporary sojourners, their children are not included, including for 2 decades after Wong Kim Ark.
So if domicile's the key linchpin to your argument, I take it that it is, do we look at how domicile was understood in 1868? Or do we look at it and how it's understood today in the context of the INA?
The 1868 understanding, I'm not aware of a strong difference between those.
Well, here's where I'm going with it. I'm just working within your argument for a moment. Today, you can point to laws against immigration that are much more restrictive than they were in 1868. We really didn't have laws like that until we do today, until maybe 1880. So if somebody showed up here in 1868 and established domicile, that was perfectly fine without respect to anything, any immigration laws. There they were. And so why wouldn't we, even if we would apply your own test, come to the conclusion that the fact that someone might be illegal is immaterial?
I would first cite Wong Kim Ark on that point, because Wong Kim Ark says you're.
Well, I'm not sure how much you want to rely on Wong Kim Ark.
But there is a statement in there that says, so long as they are permitted to be here. So Wong Kim Ark, keep in mind that by the time they decided not Wong Kim Ark in 1898.
But that's 1898. Now I'm looking at 1868. You're telling me is what I should look, and the test for domicile. And the stuff you have about unlawfully present, it's like Roman law sources you're going to.
First and second restatements as well, and decisions of this court.
So it wouldn't be the INA that would control whether you're capable of having domicile. It would be whatever the law was in 1868.
I think that this is addressed by my exchange with Justice Alito from earlier, which is that this concept, jurisdiction, baking in allegiance and domicile
Congress could
applies.
continually restrict who may lawfully be present more and more. And you'd say that would be incorporated into it, even though you're telling us to apply the original meaning of 1868.
The original meaning of domicile. And so the question isn't there any argument that framers intended to preclude Congress from dictating who can and who cannot establish a lawful domicile here? I don't see any evidence of that in the congressional record, so it's a natural extension.
Whose domicile matters? I mean, it's not the child, obviously. It's the parents you'd have us focus on. And, what if, is it the husband? Is it the wife? What if they're unmarried? Whose domicile?
Well, in the executive order, it draws a distinction between the mother and the father. It's really the mother's domicile. I think that would matter.
Well, but 1868 matters, you're telling us. So what's the answer?
The 1868 sources talk about parental. I'm not aware of them drawing a distinction between mother or father, but they say that the domicile of the child follows the domicile of the parents.
And how are we going to determine domicile? I mean, would we use contemporary sources on what qualifies as domicile in a state, or do we look in 1868? And do we have to do this for every single person?
And again, I don't see a strong distinction between those because, of course, domicile is a high-level concept that's been pretty consistent over centuries, which is lawful presence with the intent to remain permanently. That domicile, when you come to a new nation, you say, I'm here to stay, you become part of their political community, and you become akin to a citizen. And that's reflected very strongly in the case I cited before.
And just to circle back to Justice Kagan's point, it's striking that in none of the debates do we have parents discussed. We have the child's citizenship and the focus of clauses on the child, not on the parents. And you don't see domicile mentioned in the debates. That's the absence is striking.
I think the 19th century sources would say a newborn child lacks the capacity to form a domicile, so they're imputed the domicile of their parents. So I don't think they would have seen a distinction between children and parents. I point out that their position, like ours, is forced to look at the domicile of the parents because you look at the exceptions that they accept, like tribal Indians and so on.
I'm talking about in the debates over the 14th Amendment and the Civil Rights Act. It's striking that these concepts aren't discussed in them.
I think domicile is discussed. I mean, it's brought up in many.
Allegiance, jurisdiction, complete jurisdiction.
Well, I mean, here's just a few examples. Page 1679, the congressional record, President Johnson vetoes the first version of the Civil Rights Act, and he says, I can't sign this because it would extend alien citizenship to the children, quote, all domiciled aliens and foreigners, even if not naturalized. And you have all the other sources we cited that say, well, again, this is a deeply rooted 19th century understanding. It's reflected in the Venus, it's reflected in the Pizarro in 1814 and 1817. It carries through the 19th century, and this court is talking about it in 1892 and 1893 when it's discussing the Chinese Exclusion Acts. Domicile is the key concept that creates allegiance. That's
General. So you said in your reply brief that the children of slaves who were brought here unlawfully, in defiance of laws forbidding the slave trade, would in fact be citizens. And you can imagine that their parents were not only brought here in violation of United States law, but were here against their will, and so maybe felt allegiance to the countries where they were from. And you say that the purpose of the 14th Amendment was to put all slaves on equal footing, newly freed slaves on equal footing, and so they would be citizens. But that's not textual. So how do you get there? You say it in just a few sentences. So can you elaborate?
Sure. If you look at I think if you look at the 19th century sources, what you see is that even though their entry may have been unlawful, 19th century antebellum law never treated their presence as unlawful. In fact, quite the opposite. One thing Mickey, in fact, points to like a Mississippi statute, which probably is replicated throughout the South before the Civil War, that says slaves in Mississippi have an indefeasible domicile in Mississippi. In other words, even if they run away, if they get away, the Mississippi says, nope, you still live here. Right. And so it would be astonishing, in other words, for the opponents of the 14th Amendment to say, oh, these people are not domiciled and therefore it goes the other way, because actually U.S. law, even if they were brought in illegally and through an illegal slave trade, once they were there.
Their intent is to return as soon as they can, let's say. So they're here, they're resident, and maybe under your theory, which says, well, lawfulness for a different purpose, but they're here, they're resident. Let's take your assumption that they're not here unlawfully. But let's say they don't have an intent to stay. They want to escape and go back the second they can. Are they domiciled?
Under the 19th century law, and I think this is the flip side of the hypothetical that we talked about earlier, under 19th century law, they were treated as domiciled in the United States. So it'd be astonishing. And in the debates in the congressional floor, talk about not this specific case, but to say, look, slaves who have been forced to come here and have been here are lawfully domiciled here. And they don't use the way it's domiciled like they have. They use allegiance. They say they don't have allegiance, that once they've been forced to come here, they don't have allegiance to any foreign or African potentate, and therefore they're.
General, how would that apply to the children of illegally trafficked people today? Would the same reasoning apply?
It would turn on whether the parents are lawfully domiciled in the United States.
So if they're brought in illegally, but then they choose to remain and they want to remain and they're domiciled, you would say that their lawful presence is not dictated by whether they were brought here lawfully or not. And that's different from someone who, say, crosses the border unlawfully.
Yeah, I think it would turn on whether their presence is lawful. In other words, obviously there may be many other important things that could be done to assist people like that. The question is, if they give birth to someone in the United States, that person naturally a citizen, that would turn, based on the original public meaning of the clause, on the lawfulness of their presence. Are they domiciled?
General, can I ask you a question? To follow up on what Justice Gorsuch was exploring with you with respect to domicile, did I understand you to say that domicile is going to be eventually or is controlled by Congress? Who is domiciled? I'm struggling to figure out who is domiciled in your argument.
The domiciliaries are people who are lawfully present and have an intent to remain permanently. So that's a kind of black letter, understanding of domicile. Now, Congress can dictate that certain classes of people, legal entrants and so forth, cannot lawfully and lack the legal capacity to form a legally binding domicile.
If that's so, then doesn't it make the domicile for the purpose of the 14th Amendment turn then ultimately on Congress's will in a way that the framers did not intend? I mean, my understanding was the framers put this citizenship clause into the Constitution to prevent future Congresses from being able to affect citizenship in this way.
Sure. Very briefly, no, I don't think so, because it is up to the alien whether or not they want to be domiciled here. Now, there may be.
But I just said Congress can make determinations as to who counts as being domiciled here. So if that's true, then it ultimately would impact, in your theory, whether or not this person can claim that they have citizenship for 14th Amendment purposes based on Congress's determination. And I just thought that's what the 14th Amendment was trying to get away from.
Yes. Very briefly, I just point you to the discussion in Professor Warman's amicus brief where he talks about this is not a new problem. Going back even to the British common law, there's a situation of people who lack a safe conduct and are passing through the king's domains without permission. And he says the best reading of the common law is they are not under the protection of the king and they're not covered by the rule of birthright citizenship.
Thank you, counsel. You mentioned in your briefing and also this morning the problem of birth tourism. Do you have any information about how common that is or how significant a problem it is?
It's a great question. No one knows for sure. There's a March 9th letter from a number of members of Congress to DHS saying, do we have any information about this? The media reports indicate estimates could be over 1 million or 1.5 million from the People's Republic of China alone. The congressional report that we cited in our brief talks about certain hotspots like Russian elites coming to Miami through these tourism companies. And here's the facts about it that I think is striking. Media reported as early as 2015 that based on Chinese media reports, there are 500 birth tourism companies in the People's Republic of China whose business is to bring people here to give birth and return to that nation.
Having said all that, you do agree that that has no impact on the legal analysis before us?
I think it's, I quote what Justice Scalia said in his Hamdan dissent, where their interpretation has these implications that could not possibly have been approved by the 19th century framers of this amendment. I think that shows that they made a mess, their interpretation has made a mess of the provision.
Well, it certainly wasn't a problem in the 19th century.
No, but of course, we're in a new world now, as Justice Alito pointed out to, where 8 billion people are one plane ride away from having a child who's a U.S. citizen.
Well, it's a new world. It's the same Constitution.
It is, and As Justice Scalia said, I think in the case that Justice Alito was referring to, you've got a constitutional provision that addresses certain evils and it should be extended to reasonably comparable evils. He said that about statutory interpretation. I think the same principle applies here, and I think we quote that in our brief.
Thank you. Justice Thomas, any further?
General, you're getting a lot of questions about immigration, and they harken back, of course, to citizenship, which is defined in or set out in the 14th Amendment. How much of the debates around the 14th Amendment had anything to do with immigration?
I think that the principal focus of those debates has to do really not with immigrants, but with the Indian tribes. I mean, obviously, the main goal, the one pervading purpose, as this court said in the slaughterhouse cases, was to establish the citizenship of the freed slaves and their children. But they were very concerned about the problem of something that they all accepted as a given, which is that the children of tribal Indians are not within the rule of birthright citizenship. So I think that's where they focus. And we draw an analogy to that, to the issue of temporary sojourners. But there are mentions of temporary sojourning multiple places in the congressional debates, and all of those quotes go in our direction.
And there was Justice Sotomayor brought up Wong King Ark. There was no question in that case that about domicile, was there?
I disagree. The court says at the very beginning of its opinion, here are the accepted facts. These are lawfully domiciled here. When it states the question presented, it talks about domicile. When it recites the legal principle at page 693, it says domicile 3 times. And at page 705, at the end of the opinion, it says, here's the single question we've decided. We've decided that Chinese immigrants with a permanent domicile and residence here are fall within the rule of birthright citizenship.
Justice Alito? Under the minimum definition of domicile, which I think existed in 1868 and continues to exist today, a person's domicile is the place where he or she intends to make a permanent home. Now, normally you would think that a person who is subject to arrest at any time and removal could not establish a domicile. But we have an unusual situation here because our immigration laws have been ineffectively and in some instances unenthusiastically enforced by federal officials. So there are people who are subject to removal at any time if they are apprehended and they go through the proper procedures. But they have, in their minds, made a permanent home here and have established roots. And that raises a humanitarian problem. And I wonder if you could address that.
If I make one legal and one humanitarian, the legal point is if you look at those cases, for example, Park Carson against Reed, Park against Barr, against court's decisions in Elkins and Toll against Marino, they talk about the legal capacity to create a domicile, excluding someone who may have the subjective intent, which otherwise would be determinative, as being excluded. On the humanitarian point, I would point out, as I said at the beginning, Justice Alito, that the United States rule of nearly unrestricted birthright citizenship is an outlier among modern nations. It's a very small minority of nations that have that rule. For example, every nation in Europe has a different rule, and the notion that they have a huge humanitarian crisis as a result of not having unrestricted birthright citizenship, I don't think is a strong argument. And I point out, obviously, for reliance-related reasons, this executive order applies only prospectively, and we ask the court to rule only prospectively.
Justice Sotomayor?
I agree with you what the European nation's rule is, but England was always different, wasn't it?
Not until 1983 it changed.
That's not quite true. The Kim Ark does a wonderful job of laying out the English rule. And you claim it was different, but there isn't any treatises or scholars who say it's different. English rule was always by birth. Other countries were not by birth. Let me just go to the implications of what you're asking us to do. You are asking us to overrule Wong Kim Ark. Well, Wong Kim Ark's parents were domiciled in the US, but they owed loyalty to China. they eventually returned to China. So they didn't have a primary allegiance to the United States. So you're not asking that. Are you asking us to overrule then our cases, one of which said that a child of illegal aliens was a citizen? You're asking us to overrule that.
No, first of all, we're not asking you over to a long-term arc. We agree with only the long-term arc in much of the reasoning. And then as for those later cases starting in 1966, where the court makes sort of, unreasoned references to.
Wait a minute, thin top you loose. The respondent unlawfully overstayed her visa and gave birth to a child here. The court, Harlan II, wrote, the child is of course an American citizen. That person wasn't domiciled here lawfully. So you're asking us to overrule that?
I wouldn't say we're asking to overrule. We think that's similar to a drive-by jurisdictional ruling where there's a simple statement that's not debated. There's no further analysis of it. There's really an assumption there. And we think that's similar to cases where the court just assumes jurisdiction without discussing.
When we ruled in Trent that Indians could not become citizens, the government then after began to unnaturalize many Indians who had been sworn in as citizens. You asked us to concentrate only on the prospective nature of the citizens' order. But the logic of your position, if accepted, is that this president or the next president or a Congress or someone else could decide that it shouldn't be prospective. There would be nothing limiting that, according to your theory.
If, as we asked, the court confines its ruling to prospective relief only, which it
No, I'm saying to you, that's what you're asking us for relief right now. I'm asking whether the logic of your theory would permit what happened after the court's decision in Trent, that the government could move to unnaturalize people who were born here of illegal residents.
No, we believe the court should do what it did in Sessions against Morales-Santana, where there was a ruling that would have deprived people who are already citizens of citizenship, and the court said this applies prospectively only, and we think that's the appropriate course here.
But that's not what we did in Trent.
We think that the Sessions provides the proper course here, and that's what we're asking. We are not asking for any retroactive relief.
Justice Kagan?
General, I think even your brief concedes that the position you're taking now is a revisionist one with respect to a substantial part of our history. And I think that that's in large part because of Wong Kim Ark and the way people have read that case, which of course was in the late 19th century, and have read it ever since then. And what that case suggests is, there's a very clear rationale. You say, it says the word domicile a bunch of times, which it does. It's a long opinion, says a lot of things. But the rationale of the case is really quite clear. It says there was this common law tradition. It came from England. We know what it was. Everybody got citizenship by birth, except for a few discrete categories, which were the ones that the Chief Justice mentioned at the beginning. And that tradition carried over to the United States. And then what the 14th Amendment did was accept that tradition and not attempt to place any limitations on it. And so that was the clear rationale, a clear rationale that is diametrically different from your rationale. And everybody took Wong Kim Ark to say that, and to say that as a result of that, of course, birthright citizenship was the rule. And I think everybody has believed that for a long, long time. And I guess my question is this. You have a story about the reasons why we should go back to what you view as the original meaning. And given the long history of this country's understanding about birthright citizenship, what would it take? What do you think it should take to accept that story in terms of the magnitude of the evidence that we would need to see in order to accept this revisionist theory and in order to change what I think people have thought the rule was for more than a century?
Let me make 2 points in response to that, one historical and one legal. Historical point, I disagree with the way you characterize the understanding of long-term arc, and I would point to something that's emphasized in their amici's briefs, which is in 1921, Richard Flournoy, who becomes a senior State Department official in the Roosevelt administration and pushes their theory as to temporary sojourners, writes a law review article in 1921 where he says, I think the children of temporary visitors should be citizens. But he admits that is not the understanding of Wonka. He admits Wonka did not hold that. And he admits that there's an array of authorities that go against him. He talks about careful and reliable, high authorities. And that's referring to the consensus that we point out in pages 26, 28 of our brief. We've got 12 treatises from 1881 to 1922 that all say, including for decades after Wonka, that say children of temporary sojourners are not included. What happens between 1921 and the 1930s? Well, Mr. Flournoy became a senior State Department official. He adopted that as the policy of the Roosevelt administration. So their argument is basically saying there wasn't this consensus going back to 1898. The consensus, as their own author admits, goes entirely in the opposite direction. For 50 years, right? For 50 years, from the framing of the clause through the 1920s, maybe 60 years, the general understanding when it comes to what's an issue here and was not an issue in Wonka is the children of temporary visitors do not become citizens under the clause. And then the legal point, you referred to the sort of concept of temporary local allegiance, and they rely on the Schooner Exchange, this theory that you've got temporary local allegiance. But if you actually look at page 572 of the congressional record, right at the beginning, introducing the Civil Rights Act, Senator Trumbull says, I said not subject to any foreign power. I wanted to say born in the United States and owing allegiance to the United States, but I was aware that there's a quote, a sort of allegiance for persons temporarily resident in the United States who we have no right to make citizens. So Senator Trumbull says the reason I haven't adopted the language and meaning that they say should be packed into these provisions is that everybody knows that the children of temporary visitors should not be citizens.
Thank you, General.
Justice Gorsuch.
Just to follow up on that point, General, one interesting counterpoint about the understanding of Wonka that followed with respect to temporary sojourners. And I take you've got your well taken points. But there was, of course, John Marshall Harlan, the great dissenter who dissented in Wonka and later gave a bunch of lectures. And he posed the question about the sojourners. Suppose an English father and mother went down to the hot springs to get rid of the gout. And while there, they have a child, now back in England. Is that child a citizen of the United States, born in the jurisdiction thereof by mere accident of birth? And he says, under Wonka, he is. And he continues, I was one of the minority. And of course I was wrong. Now, I'm sure that was tongue in cheek. But now, what do you do with that?
I say two things in response to that. First of all, he gave a speech. We have 12 uncontradicted treatises that say the opposite, that is not what Wonka means, and that's not the meaning of the clause. But also, I make a more fundamental point. We're looking at Wonka. One of the dissent has this dominant theme that, and it really dominant theme, like you can't be doing this because you can't make and we all agree, or it's obvious that the children of temporary visitors do not become citizens. And how does the majority opinion address that? It says domicile 3 times when it recites the legal rule. It says permanent residence and domicile when it decides to hold it. So the court should be bound by what it says. This is what we're deciding. And again, on page 75, it says this is the single question. Now, there's been a lot of discussion up to that point, but at the very end, they said the single question we've decided is this citizenship status of the children of Chinese immigrants with a permanent residence and domicile in the United States.
Do you think Native Americans today are birthright citizens under your test and under your friend's test?
I think so. I mean, obviously they've been granted citizenship by statute.
Aside the statute, do you think they're birthright citizens?
No, I think the clear understanding that everybody agrees in the congressional debates is that the children of tribal Indians are not birthright citizens.
I understand that's what they said, but your test is the domicile of the parents, and that would be the test you'd have us apply today, right?
Yes. So a tribal Indian, for example, gives up allegiance to.
Born today, birthright citizens.
I think so on our test. Yeah, if they're lawfully domiciled here.
Okay. And then
I'm not sure. I have to think that through. But
that's
my reaction.
I'll take the yes. That's all right. And then I just want to ask you quickly about the INA adopted in 1940 and 1952. It uses the same term as the citizenship clause. And one might have a pretty good argument. I'm sure you got some arguments along just these lines that it should be understood to mean whatever it meant in 1868. But there was a lot of water over the dam between those two things. And as your brief points out, the Roosevelt administration, there's a pretty strong jus soli move. That is to say that the thin concept of jurisdiction power over is enough, a broader understanding of birthright. Would there be an argument for reading that statute under its original plain meaning at the time, 1940, 1952, perhaps have a different meaning than the Constitution?
We don't think that's the best interpretation. I give two reasons. One is it would be very surprising if a statute that says exactly the constitutional phrase under the jurisdiction thereof or interpreted to mean something totally different or to ossify a then current misunderstanding of the clause. We think that the best analogy here is probably state long-arm statutes. Take a sort of non-controversial example. State long-arm statutes routinely say we're going to exercise personal jurisdiction to the extent of due process. It takes the constitutional standard and it puts it in the statute, and nobody thinks that those ossify, are limited to the precedent, this court's precedents at the time they were enacted. Everyone thinks that phrase due process incorporates, the developing law of due process and minimum context and so forth, including from this court. So we think that's the best analogy when you're looking at the constitutional phrase itself and you take it out of a freighted context, the natural interpretation is say this means, but this reflects the objective meaning of the Constitution. And the objective meaning of the Constitution is its original public meaning in 1866.
Do you see notable counterpoints to that argument?
I'm sure there are arguments on the other side. We address them in the.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the olive leaf extract. This will help to boost up your immune system and help with your cardiovascular system. This will bring down inflammation and help you to control your lipid profile. Vitamin B complex. This will boost up your energy levels, improve the health of your mitochondria, help with cellular metabolism, and protect your neurons. Super important to take if you're 40 years of age or older, male or female. Resveratrol helps with youthful gene expression, helps the basal layer of your skin. This will improve your skin health. Also, resveratrol will help to get rid of senescent cells and boost up the health of your mitochondria and boost up your energy levels. Super important to take to slow down the aging process. And omega-3. Omega-3 will help with your cardiovascular health, bring down inflammation, and help you to control your lipid profile. It helps to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels so you produce less plaque at the vascular level. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the great supplements that I offer. Make sure you use discount 5 to save some money. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video. Get the omega-3, the resveratrol, the vitamin B complex, and the olive leaf extract. This is a powerful stack. This will help with youthful gene expression, help with your cardiovascular health, boost up your immune system, and protect neurons. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Same thing, and that is what this court's case law has reflected.
Why didn't you say the same thing?
Again, it appears they prefer the sort of positive formulation subject to the jurisdiction thereof as opposed to not subject to any foreign power. And again, there's a deep concern and lengthy discussion of the potential ambiguity in the Civil Rights Act. They want to eliminate ambiguity, but do the same thing. And I think that's very strongly reflected in those debates.
By the time of the 1940 and 1952 congressional actions, where Congress repeats subject to the jurisdiction thereof, given Juan K. Mark, one might have expected Congress to use a different phrase if it wanted to try to disagree with Juan K. Mark on what the scope of birthright citizenship or the scope of citizenship should be. And yet Congress repeats that same language knowing what the interpretation had been. So how are we to think about that?
I think baked into that question is an understanding. I think that was reflected in Justice Kagan's earlier question that everybody understood that Juan K. Mark meant that in the history I talked about. I think refutes that. That really there's a consensus that goes our way for decades and decades after the adoption of the amendment and after Juan K. Mark on the specific question of the children of temporary visitors. And it's really not until, again, their offer in 1921 is saying, hey, the other side is a consensus.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sorry, go ahead.
But there's executive branch interpretations and others, and if you're in Congress in 1940 and 1952 and you want to limit the scope of one mark or to eliminate ambiguity, why do you repeat the same language rather than choosing something different? For example, you could use the language from the Civil Rights Act of 1866 or some similar formulation if your idea in 1940 and 1952 was to not have ambiguity or not have an overly broad scope.
I think you look at the structure of that statute where it's 1401A and then B through H. It says these are the people who are entitled to birthright citizenship. A is the constitutional standard, and then B through H are all the categories that Congress has super added to that. I think the natural inference is that Congress is codifying, which it was consciously doing in 1941, pulling all the naturalization rules and immigration rules together into one statute. Said you go to one place, here's who is a birthright citizen. A, those who are guaranteed that right by the citizenship clause, and B through H are the ones that Congress has added to its naturalization power. So that inference to me says A is not trying to change or alter the constitutional standard, just saying, hey, the baseline is what the Constitution says, and we codify that, and then we move on to the new categories.
Of what relevance, if any, do you think Section 5 of the 14th Amendment has here that gives Congress the power to enforce the article, the 14th Amendment, by appropriate legislation? Does that give Congress room here, or do you not think so?
I do think that a ruling in our favor would leave room for Congress. I don't think you'd have to rely on Section 5. I think that Congress has its own inherent power to grant citizenship by statute. So if the court were to rule in our favor for the classes of individuals that they say should be covered, Congress has the latitude to do that.
How much room do you think Section 5 gives, if any, and it may not be any, Congress to interpret the phrase subject to the jurisdiction thereof, or to define that? Is that relevant at all?
It's a great question, and I'm thinking about it for the first time. I assume it would be governed by the congruence and proportionality test from this court's case law. How that would apply here, I don't know. And I don't think it's presented because our contention is that the statute means exactly the same thing. If anything is congruent and proportional, it's that. And I think the court held that in the United States against Georgia.
You've mentioned several times the practices of other countries.
All right, so we're going to pivot away from the Supreme Court. We're going to go back to Bloomberg. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Super Strong Relief. This will help to reduce aches and pains, muscle aches, headaches, also arthritic aches, bruises. This will work within 90 seconds or so. You apply it topically for temporary relief. It works very well. Please go to my store, get the Super Strong Relief.
It's going to be front month right before the elections. And what does Mr. Trump need? And the key thing to remember here, there's the demand versus supply in the US and Canada for crude oil and liquid fuels is collapsing. There's a surplus now of 8 million barrels a day. When crude oil peaked in 2008 at 147, it was a deficit. This spike in prices is bringing on people to sell forward, like that December contract, bring on some more supply, which means profits and lower prices as things kick in. And the bottom line is consumers are really being squeezed by the spike in distillates, in gasoline and diesel. To me, this is very similar to 2008, but worse, because then U.S. was a net importer. Now we're a net exporter. So it's very much favorable to the U.S., but it's not favorable for prices as we get towards midterm.
Right. It's favorable for the U.S. It's favorable for WTI, which is the U.S. benchmark. What does this picture mean for Brent, the global benchmark, and for all the oil importing nations out there in Europe, in Asia?
Global recession. You have it right now, Scarlett. So I have to ask myself, what is this doing for consumer sentiment and capital budgeting decisions? And consumers in this country were very much waning well before this happened. So I think it's a classic shut-off that we saw in 2008 when the price of gasoline got to 4. But this is the rest of the world. And before this happened, they were already facing the tariffs from the U.S. and deflationary forces from all those exports from China going to the rest of the world. And the bottom line, I think, is this is all happening with the U.S. stock market. Very expensive, very complacent. And the main thing, I think, is gold warned us. When gold spiked last year, to me, that was the warning. Now it's making more sense what's happening this year. It warned us we're gonna get volatility, and it's all trickling over to the stock market, which means everything goes down eventually.
All right, and just a follow on to that headline about EGA halting its smelter after the Iran strike, we're seeing shares of Alcoa and Century Aluminum rise to session highs. So the U.S. aluminum producers are climbing on the news that the Emirates Global of Aluminum, the EGA company, has halted its smelter. Mike, I want to go back to you and talk a little bit about the president's address to the nation this evening at 9 p.m. Is the oil market bracing for any kind of commentary that could move oil prices dramatically? I mean, what would you look for in terms of positioning to determine whether that's the case?
Well, the key theme I saw this morning is there will be no ceasefire to the Straits opening. Now, there's so many quotes from Mr. Trump, which is part of his strategy. And that's a key thing. We have to be very careful of these pie-in-the-sky expectations and all these things coming out of Iran. They sell, they get headlines, but what really matters, I think, from this is he's going to try to soothe the markets. I think his advisors are telling you, sorry, we have to clear up the strait, we have to close that, and we have to clean it up and get out and make it clean before you get out. Otherwise, your legacy is ruined, Republicans are ruined, and it probably means a global recession. And by the way, the number one issue is affordability, and right now, stock market going up, gasoline prices stock market going down, gasoline prices going up is really bad for consumer sentiment. By the time we get the midterms, you have to make sure you have a path to make that better.
You know, it's this time of year where we're no longer jealous of Mike McClung. He's got 80 and sunny. We're going to push 80 today here in New York. So, I mean, Mike, you can have it. We're getting our spring here. Mike McClung,
finally,
senior commodity strategist. Yeah, finally. He's a senior commodity strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's based down there in Miami, supporting the.
All right, so we're gonna go over to CSIS, talking about after Hormuz, will the Houthis block another choke point? All right, this was published 52 minutes ago, so there's concern that there may be a blockage on the Red Sea by the Houthis. Now, it seems as though that the Saudis are paying the Houthis not to get involved. Yet, the Houthis have launched missiles at Israel. So will this be a larger conflict? Who knows? But before we go to this clip, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Myotrol. This will help with the youthful gene expression to help with building muscle and maintaining muscle. A lot of people don't realize that when you get older, there are certain points in time where you have hypermethylation of your genes. When you methylate genes, you're turning them off or you're reducing the expression of the genes. So that's part of aging. But you can slow that down by an anti-aging protocol. I've been talking about this for a long time. And when you slow down the methylation of your genes, you'll have better gene expression, more youthful gene expression. Myotrol will help with the gene expression to build muscle and maintain muscle. If you're 40 years of age or older, male or female, take Myotrol. This has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans to help with the gene expression to build muscle. Do some resistance training. This will help to build the muscle and maintain the muscle and help the health of your mitochondria. So go to my store, get the Myotrol. If you're an athlete, younger or older, you will also benefit from Myotrol to help with the strength of your sport. So please go to my store, get the Myotrol. Make sure you use discount 5, get $5 off any order. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Houthis joined the war in the Middle East, firing missiles at Israel. The Iranian officials have long threatened to unleash their Yemeni proxy if the United States and Israel escalated. And the Houthis themselves have said that their fingers were on the trigger. But they have not yet played one of the most important cards still at their disposal, attacking shipping in the Bab al-Mandeb choke point. This would block the Middle East's other strategic choke point. Perhaps they feel too weak to do so after the large-scale US and Israeli strikes against them last year. Perhaps they've been incentivized to stay out of the conflict. Could the Saudis have paid them off? Or perhaps they are just biding their time and waiting until Iran faces even more pressure before beginning their attacks. There are some signs that we might be heading towards that option. Even though talks are reportedly ongoing between the United States and Iran, the Trump administration has sent thousands of ground troops to the region ahead of a potential land invasion of Iran. And President Trump has also threatened widespread attacks against Iran's energy and water infrastructure. What's clear is that if we think trade disruption and energy prices are bad now, they will get much worse if the Houthis do block another choke point. Let me explain why. So the Strait of Hormuz over here has got a lot of attention in recent weeks. Of course, Iran has decided to block that to most ships, and that traditionally would carry a huge amount of global energy flows. Before this conflict, something like 23.2 million barrels per day. But what gets a lot less attention is this other choke point that is down here between Yemen on the Arabian Peninsula and Djibouti in the Horn of Africa. And that choke point sees a small volume of global energy trade, but it's still really important. Last year, it was something like 4.2 million barrels per day. Now, that actually went down in recent years because the Houthis attacked it in 2023. This is after the October the 7th attacks, and the Houthis responded to Israel's invasion of Gaza. If we look at this graph, it shows what happened to energy flows going through Bab al-Mandab after 2023 when the Houthis started attacking. You can see that the amount going through both Bab al-Mandab and also the Suez Canal in Egypt goes way down. And then to make up for it, ships started diverting around the Cape of Good Hope in Africa. So you can see the amount of oil transported through the Cape of Good Hope goes up after 2023. So this is something that Houthis have already done, and that has real implications for maritime trade. Let's think about a container shipment. So if we take a hypothetical journey from Mumbai in India to Rome in Italy, normally that would go through Bab al-Mandab here, through the Red Sea, up through the Suez Canal into the Mediterranean before going on to Rome. And that journey would have taken about 18 days. Now, if it would have to go all the way around Africa, around the Cape of Good Hope, up past Spain into the Mediterranean that way, it would take more than twice as long. That's 44 days on average. And so, of course, that means trade is slower, but it also means it's much more expensive. So that has real implications on the global economy. Now let's think about what this means for Saudi Arabia. So Saudi Arabia, of course, is a major exporter of oil. And traditionally, it would send a lot of its oil through the Strait of Hormuz from its oil fields on the eastern coast. Now it doesn't have that option anymore. And so luckily it had a mitigation strategy. They had built a major pipeline from the east to the west. You can see the journey it takes, which was a mitigation strategy. So this was started to be built in the 1980s. And the idea was that if the Strait of Hormuz was ever blocked, they could divert their oil exports to the western coast of Saudi Arabia and export it through the Red Sea. So that pipeline has a maximum capacity of about 5 million barrels per day. And it comes out at a port on the western coast called Yanbu. And it is already operating at maximum capacity. Now, if we think about where that oil goes, we have a sense of who might be affected if the Houthis really do close Bab al-Mandab down here. Because nearly all of the oil exports from Saudi Arabia go to Asia. We can see about 23% go to China, 14% to Japan, South Korea, and India, and only 25% go to the rest of the world. So that means that it really would have a very significant effect on states in Asia, and they would likely suffer most of the consequences of this. But it would also have an impact on some other vulnerable states. And one of those that's important to think about is Egypt. So if we go back to this map, we can see that, of course, Egypt has the Suez Canal connecting the Red Sea to the Mediterranean, and it also has a pipeline called the Sumed pipeline, which connects into the Mediterranean as well. So this isn't just about oil, though. This is also about the disruption of maritime trade, because this would have a major consequence for Egypt and its economy. So far, Egypt has actually not been involved directly in the conflict. It has managed to insulate itself from that. But the consequences of losing revenue stream from the Suez Canal would be major. 30% of global container traffic typically passes through the Suez Canal, and this is a major source of foreign revenue reserves for Egypt. Back in 2023, it generated as much as $9.4 billion in foreign reserves for Egypt. And so the loss of those revenues would come at a time of real fragility for Egypt. They are very vulnerable because of a pre-existing financial crisis. The Egyptian pound has already depreciated, and that has several knock-on effects. First, the government is unable to afford to pay the subsidies of fuel and basic goods that it typically provides. So we can see that even in just the first few weeks of Egypt, there was a huge spike in fuel prices in Egypt. And this is different kinds of fuel as well. It's not just about transportation, it's also fuel for cooking and for heating and cooling as well. So we see, butane gas cylinders rose as much as 22% in just a few weeks. So what the Egyptian government has had to do is begin energy rationing. And they have actually started to close businesses at night. So they have said all businesses in Egypt have to close after 9 p.m. And that has a major impact on Egypt and on Egyptians because, of course, we're heading towards the summer, it's getting hotter, and a lot of economic activity, but also social life takes place in the evenings. So now people can't go out to businesses in the evening. And the government has also said things like civil servants have to work remotely at times. And there are real concerns that they're going to have to take even more extreme measures. It's also impacting food prices, though. And food is also something that is heavily subsidized by the Egyptian government. You can see here that the price for the merchant price for things like flour have gone up nearly 13% already, wheat, feed as well. But this is also affecting consumers. So we can see a kilogram of potatoes, that's up up 32%. Tomatoes, the same thing, unsubsidized bread as well. And these numbers come from my colleague, Anna Eby, who's actually in Egypt right now. And so what this means is that the crisis is already hitting the poorest Egyptians, and even those in the middle classes. And so if the Bab el-Mandab was closed by the Houthis, all of this would get times worse. And as conditions worsen in Egypt, we could see really major spillover effects elsewhere. We often think about Egypt as being too big to fail. It's a country of 120 million inhabitants. But if living conditions worsen, could we see new waves of migrant outflows? Could the stability of the regime itself be challenged? So it's no longer hyperbole to consider these potential consequences. And Egypt is just one of many countries around the world that would be plunged into crisis if the Houthis do try to block Bab el-Mandab. This is a picture from mid-March, a rally in the capital of Yemen, Sana'a, where they threatened to do exactly that. If they do, the ripple effects will be wide-reaching. As of today, We still don't know if they will actually get involved or not. But what's clear is that if they do, the costs of the war for the global economy will rise considerably, and some governments will have to resort to even more drastic measures to weather the storm.
Another thing, if the regime starts to become unstable, there may be factions within Egypt that actually create another front against Israel along the Suez Peninsula, or the Sinai Peninsula, I should say. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get Cleanse Max 14 or Max 35. They're at different price points, but you take them the same way and it'll help to boost up your immune system. Take a teaspoon a day every day, swish in your mouth, gargle about 20 seconds, and swallow it. This will help to neutralize, improve the health of your oral cavity and your oral pharynx, maintain a mucosal barrier, and help the health of your epithelial cells in your oral pharynx. Super important to boost up that immune system. If you're not feeling well because of the cold season or someone around you is not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day. Do the same thing, swish in your mouth, gargle. Do that until everything is all clear, and then go back to your maintenance dose of a teaspoon a day. But it's important to take this every day. Boost up that immune system. It helps to neutralize. Please go to my store, get the Max 35, Max 14, or Cleanse. All right, let's listen into Cash Jordan. What's going on in New York City?
Shelter and people barricades and blowing whistles. Hundreds of local residents came out Sunday night to protest plans to build a homeless shelter next to the 25th Avenue D-train subway stop. Sweet. Bensonhurst, Brooklyn. It was looks like a strip mall or something. Look at this place. Construction of the 150-bed men's facility has been set to the site on 86th Street at 25th Avenue. Word had spread that ground would be broken for the facility on Monday morning. And protesters tried to stop vehicles they thought were on site for construction. None of those rumors have been confirmed. This much is known, though. The protest, which about 100 officers were called onto the scene to control, is in response to the Mamdani administration stating that it intends to keep plans and to build the men's facility. And you know why people are furious? It's just come out that New York spends more on its homeless than its own residents earn.
A shocking report finds New York City spent more per person on homeless services last year than the city's median household income.
That's not.
Whoa.
That's insane. That's not fair.
Break down the numbers and explain it. Madison.
Absolutely, Sue. So in fiscal year 2025, New York City spent $368 million on unsheltered homeless services. That is over triple what we paid in 2019. With roughly 4,505 unsheltered people, that comes out to a cost of...
That's why people are upset. In the middle of an affordability crisis, we got $80,000 per person floating around out there, but does that go to the hardworking people in this city that are struggling? Absolutely not.
To put that in perspective, the city's median household income is $81,228. So in 2019, the city had 3,588 unsheltered people. Today, more, 4,505. Spending increases are not only outpacing population growth, but the problem is getting worse as we throw more money, as the New York State Comptroller said. Quote, the number of people living on the street in New York City has continued to grow, even as the city has been effective at providing shelter for the majority of the homeless population.
Effective?
The escalation in spending.
This is the reason why I keep on saying that Mamdani, you know, the little communist, is Napoleon the Pig from Animal Farm. He thinks that communism is great. He thinks that capitalism is bad. He thinks that he should take away your property rights. He thinks that he should just keep on producing all these social programs that the city can't afford, have a huge deficit, and then raise your taxes. Here's a great idea. Maybe Dr. Paul Cottrell should run for mayor of New York City and save the republic. cut social programs. There's an idea. Lower your taxes and get rid of the illegals.
By the increase in the unsheltered population, however, merits greater focus on where resources are going.
They're not going anywhere. Helpful, that is. This is just another scam. And while New York City spends through the roof on problems it can't seem to fix and might only be making worse, some people say this is destroying the city in ways nobody ever thought would happen.
Joe Biden lets in millions and millions of people and they move to blue cities all across the country. And now all of those cities are changing slowly into third world cities themselves. And it's been happening for the last several years, subtly. So subtly that you might not even realize that it's going on.
And that's what happened to London. Guess what? The little communist is also your local imam.
Cities all over the country, we now have bike lanes on the streets. Bike lanes in New York have been co-opted by illegal immigrants, many of them not here legally, and they ride all over the city in any direction they want, with no regard for traffic signals or traffic lights delivering food.
Yeah, no rules.
In fact, on most streets, just to cross to the other side of the street, you have to pass by multiple bike lanes, lanes that were meant for cars and trucks, just to get to the other side of the street like this.
Yeah.
So just to cross the street, bike lane right here. Parking.
Oh, that's in Midtown.
3 lanes of traffic for cars and trucks and anything else in New York City.
The bus.
And then another bus lane, which bikes go down, and then more parking. Before Democrats, this was all for cars and trucks. Now it's for everything else. You think that might have something to do with the congestion?
Ah, yes. Congestion
Exactly.
pricing.
Exactly.
They can tax every car on the road and use that money for who knows what.
Just this week, Zohran Mamdani proposed lowering the speed limit across one of the largest geographical cities in the country to just 20 miles an hour. In some areas, it's going to be even lower, 15 miles an hour.
15.
And you're asking why any mayor would want to do something like that. He is doing it to speed up New York City's descent.
Oh.
If cars and trucks are going slower, out of control bikers who the police do nothing about won't get as often. 20 miles an hour, like it's the turn of the century in New York again when cars were
Yeah,
competing
it's
with
dangerous
horses.
out there, man.
And we asked some of these bikers who were out there today about where they were from. None of them were Midtown office workers out for a coffee.
But they're all ordering on Uber Eats to get their lunch, which is delivered by somebody on a bicycle. You see, that's the new economy. Those are the new jobs that are getting created in New York. While companies flee the city because of wild taxes, the other jobs that are coming in, like Uber Eats, delivery work, gig economy stuff, and that's why we have an affordability crisis in New York. People are not getting the types of work they need to afford the $5,000 rent, which is why we need all the free stuff, like the free grocery stores and the $80,000 per person on the homeless, which is sad and terrible, but this is the system New York has created for itself, and they love it. Look at this. We had some tax the rich rallies over the weekend in New York. Look at this. This is in the Bronx. They're going crazy for communism. They love communism. Look, Bernie Sanders. So Galba.
Let me thank PSA for inviting me to be with you. Let me thank.
The audio on this is not so great.
Else's money is a good idea, and that's the only way to get ahead. You're going to be in for a lot of communism really quick, and people have no idea how fast this is going to happen.
American people are saying no to all
To somebody else, that is an attack on the working class because the working class can't build any wealth or achieve anything for itself in the future. Communism is literally the definition of every single thing people like Bernie say they're against. But the people cheer for it. They don't know what they're even thinking about.
Let's
hear this.
The audio on this is really bad, unfortunately.
people are moving to crypto. But there's a problem. Most crypto wallets plug into the same system everyone's running from in the first place. And that's why Rumble built Rumble Wallets. It's a self-custodial wallet that actually
for a studio. We see stories all the time that say the rents in New York City are out of control. And those prices are.
Yeah.
But New York is a big city. The actual rents may surprise you. There are 2.3 million rental units in New York City. 604,000 have rents above 2,400. 554,000 have rents between 1,650 and 2,400. 578,000 have rents between 1,100 and 1,650. And 586,000 have rents below $1,100. Those extremely low rent apartments, about 250,000 of them are rent stabilized. Most of them are in older buildings that receive no government support.
Well, but that's the problem. The fact that you have these rent stabilized apartments, they're only stabilized with their rents restricted at the expense of everybody else. Listen to this interview with a rent stabilized tenant who should be paying $5,000 a month and isn't.
Manhattan has now hit $5,000. In Brooklyn, it's nearly $4,300.
I certainly wouldn't be able to afford it. The apartment that I'm in, it's a 2-bedroom apartment. And with rent stabilization, it's one price, but the apartment above me, say, is a regular market.
Here's the problem with these people. They get the stabilization and they keep on voting for socialism. And look at, doesn't he look like someone that is a liberal? Look at this. Does he has an earring on, he looks like he's RT, right? This is a liberal. Liberals will fuck up this city.
You took a 5,000.
Right. So this guy, he lives in a rent stabilized apartment. The apartment above him is $5,000 a month, but that apartment has to cost more because his has to cost less. Might seem like a sweet deal for him for now, but when the building goes bankrupt and nobody can even live in any of the apartments, everyone's just going to be homeless, and we're going to need another homeless shelter.
Party tax, it should be none. I mean, that's why.
Yeah.
Because that's what capitalism is. And I'm sure, Mom Donnie is watching this right now, as he always does, I'm sure, and saying, exactly, Bill, that's my point. Capitalism terrible. Yes, terrible, except it's still better than the reverse.
My girlfriend is Polish. She was born into communism. She lived under for a little while, and she shakes her head. And she's like, they don't know what they're asking for.
They don't want to know. They don't want to know.
And it would be so easy to find out.
They hate Trump.
It's like it happened 1,000 years ago.
They hate Trump so much.
They don't want to. They don't want to learn. They don't want to learn the history. No country has been prosperous and sustainable under socialism or communism. So these individuals don't want to learn their history. And not only that, they don't want to pay attention to the theoretical framework of our government. It's based on the Enlightenment. Enlightenment is not socialism. The Enlightenment is capitalism. So if you're going to try to demonize capitalism, demonize the constitutional republic, you're demonizing the Enlightenment. So do you want to be enlightened, or do you want to live in the Dark Ages? Socialism doesn't work. It never has. But you have a bunch of young people and a bunch of liberals that want something for nothing. They're destroying New York. And here is the crust of the argument here. People don't understand that what happens in New York is going to happen to the rest of the fucking country. Because New York is the heartbeat of the United States financially. So if the financial center becomes unhealthy, don't you think that the rest of the country will become unhealthy? You have to push back. These ultra liberals, they will destroy this country.
now, as he always does, I'm sure, and saying,
Hey.
exactly, Bill, that's my point, capitalism terrible. Yes, several except it's still better than the reverse.
My girlfriend is Polish. She was born into communism. She lived under it for
Right,
a
we have
little
people
while, and
living now.
she shakes her head. And she's like, they don't know what they're asking for.
They don't wanna know.
They don't know what they're
They
talking
don't
about.
wanna know.
And it would be so easy to find out.
They hate Trump.
It's like it happened 1,000 years ago.
They hate Trump so much that the idea of embracing his way of looking at the world, whether that's capitalism or locking up criminals or going after America's enemies when they threaten us and they say they want to destroy us, all of that is repulsive to them, so they automatically accept the opposite. They don't want to know. They don't want to look at Venezuela and Cuba and say, gee, that doesn't look too great over there. No, these are the people that tell us Cuba's got better healthcare than America, for crying out loud.
It happened in our lifetimes.
She would explain to me the grocery card they got. She got a grocery card. Her family got a grocery card, and they would.
This is Poland.
Yeah,
Warsaw.
yeah. And you were allowed. Your family of 4. You get X amount of milk, X amount of liters of milk per week. You get X amount of eggs per week. You get X. And then you take that card to the store, which sometimes didn't have any of the stuff on your card. Sometimes they just had we're long.
See, this is what people don't get. If you don't have incentives, you have shortages. If everything's got to be free, eventually there's nothing there because nobody has a reason to produce that thing.
On toilet paper today.
Oh, yeah.
So take some toilet paper, but come back tomorrow and maybe we'll have what's on your list.
It doesn't work.
No.
Humans need to be incentivized by selfishness. It is nature to be selfish. Animals are selfish.
Yeah.
Watch them.
Yeah. I heard a song.
Well, hold on a second. Capitalism doesn't incentivize selfishness the way that cynics might suggest that it does. You see, if you want to be selfish in capitalism, the selfish thing that you do better benefit the lives of everyone else. If you want to get rich, let's take Bill Gates. Was he selfish in his actions?
They're using the wrong term. It's not selfishism. It's not being selfish. It's understanding that there needs to be a Nash equilibrium. Sometimes you need to do things that may seem on the surface to not be a selfish thing, but in the long run, you benefit from it. For example, look at what Ford did with selling the Model T. Everyone that he hired, he made sure could buy one. He gave them a wage to be able to purchase the products they make. And therefore, he built the middle class. That's the point. It's reaching a Nash equilibrium. You're not going to get that with socialism. You're going to get that with capitalism because of this feedback loop that you give an incentive to design something, to make something, to work hard, to save up, and to be a consumer in the society. But if you are plugged into communism, there's no incentive. There's no incentive to try harder. There's no incentive to make something better. There's no incentive for anything other than to make sure that you're on the dole. And this is why many societies that are communist or socialist, they fail. They fail. I mean, they all fail. All these societies that plug into it. Not all societies are socialistic or communistic. But the thing is that they all fail. But unfortunately, there are many countries that just keep on going down this road because people don't want to work. People don't have the incentive. Even in a capitalistic society like the United States, 80% of the workforce is lazy. 20% actually does something. What makes this country great is not the 80%. It's the 20% that actually work hard. So there's the problem right there. You have to have incentive. But when you understand the feedback loops of what you design, what you create, who you employ, that if you give them the incentive, if you give them the means to be able to participate in the economy, to rise up and save and have a home and have a car and educate their kids, to be part of the middle class, then you have a winning strategy. But there's too many politicians out there. Vote for me and we'll give you freebies. Vote for me, you'll get freebies. And so these stupid people, they keep on voting these people in. The society becomes less and less productive. There's more and more debt, and eventually the system collapses. It may take 100 years, it may take 50 years. It depends on how much of communism they want.
Create windows. Many people would say so, but he couldn't be selfish at their expense, because Windows had to be something that at one point people loved and adored and were willing to install on their computers. Now, I'm not so sure about that. But as you're about to see, New York's new socialist mayor does have a plan to protect middle-income workers and protect New Yorkers.
Mondani is not a little socialist. This guy is a full-blown communist.
They have to be government employees. They got to be on the right team. And if they are, that team is about to win.
Now,
look at this.
We are here, even though it is very quiet. I would just like to remind everyone that it is an active construction site. And it is a site that we are building for the few New Yorkers who can be louder than an active site, which is New York's cutest. And this fall, it is a center that will be transformed into New York City's first ever on-site childcare program for municipal
for the city employees.
This is a site that will be 100% free with the childcare that it provides. It'll provide full daycare.
Well, wait a minute. That means that someone has to pay for it. So you're a municipality worker. So you're a city worker, and you have a kid, and you can send them to the daycare, and it's free for you. Okay. But the thing is who's paying for it? Oh, your taxes. So in essence, those workers actually are paying a certain percentage of their salary to the city through taxes to pay for this. Now, they don't pay the full cost, but they distribute it all through the society with city tax. There is no such thing as freebies. It's not free.
From children as young as 6 weeks to as old as 3 years old. And on April 30th, these applications will open.
So if you're a government employee, you're going to get on-site childcare, and they're building facilities to do that. Instead of building apartments for people that need a place to live, instead of doing things to actually help people, if you're on board with the government, if you're on that team, they are going to circle the wagons. They're going to protect you. Life is going to be good if you're a city employee. But if you want to go start a business or something, well, we're going to tax that business. We're going to take from your paycheck to provide things like this new childcare facility.
For every single worker in the David Dinkins building, as well as every single DCAS employee, regardless of their location across the city. This will be managed in-house by DCAS and operated by a contracted childcare provider that we will be announcing later this spring.
I wonder who that person
is. This is a building of over 1 million square feet of office space.
1 million square
and
feet.
2,000 city employees from over a dozen agencies. Now, for too many of those employees, finding affordable childcare has long been one of the greatest obstacles they faced. And we never want city workers to have to choose between a job that they love and raising their kids in the family.
This is essentially a raise for city employees. If they're going to build childcare facilities inside government buildings with taxpayer money and just let these employees put their kids there for free, how is that not a raise? How is that not a benefit? How is that not more communism taking from everybody who lives here just to prop up the bloated socialist state that we've got? What do you think about all this? Is New York City headed in the right direction?
And I would think that their free daycare may actually increase their taxes to that some sort of contribution of that has to be declared on their taxes. I'm willing to bet on that. So is it really free? Because it's like an income it's you're getting a benefit. There's like a benefit for certain employment. You get this free daycare. There's probably some value of that daycare that has to be declared to the IRS. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the lignans. Lignans will help with your immune system and your endocrine system, help with your cardiovascular system, even your brain function. It's really important to take every day to slow down the aging process. And ashwagandha root. This will bring down cortisol levels and help with your blood glucose levels, bring down inflammation, help with your cardiovascular health, help with your immune system, and your brain function. By bringing down inflammation at the brain level, you're reducing stress on the neuron and helping the health of your neural tissue. Super important, especially when you get older. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the ashwagandha root and the lignans, boost up that immune system, help with your cardiovascular health and brain function.
Direction, is it heading in the wrong direction faster now? Let me know. I'll see you in the next video.
You know, the sad thing is that Mamdani is destroying New York, and the crazy liberals out there want to copy and paste this across the country.
Local tax experts are here. Now you can meet with a TurboTax expert in your community. They can do your taxes for you and get you every dollar you deserve. Local tax experts are here. Hand off your taxes with confidence.
Dems divided. Bernie Sanders was in New York City for a big rich rally, but there was a noticeable absence. No Zohran Mamdani in sight, despite building his political career pushing for higher taxes on the wealthy right here. Why? Well, it could be because tensions with Governor Kathy Hochul are starting to heat up. Mamdani and Hochul are at odds over the progressive plan to soak high-earning New Yorkers. Hochul is up for re-election. Her tax base is
Laura, your latest opinion.
She endorsed Mamdani, Lou, so we know that she's on board with what he's doing, but she also knows if she's too on board with it, she won't get reelected.
And I think this is the first sign we're getting that Mamdani knows what he's doing is not going to work either.
Right.
I mean, this is the simplest thing to convey even to a kindergartner. Take a bucket of water, fill it up with water, and then start drilling holes in the bottom of it and see if you keep it drilling more holes, you can pour more water and keep it. What happens, right? It just, the tax base erodes. You have the top 1% in New York paying over half the taxes here. You cannot move in this direction. You've seen it happen before. Maryland, California is now accelerating the exodus of wealth. Washington, New York is going to be the same thing if these two don't get on the same page about not taxing and soaking the rich.
Dagan, what do you think? Was it a scheduling snafu? Maybe Mamdani was busy that day?
Well, maybe Bernie Sanders doesn't go far enough because Mamdani actually is about taxing the middle class. With that estate tax proposal, lowering the exemption from what, 7 million to 750,000, that 750,000, if you include real estate, you're not even passing along a cracker box of a like studio apartment to anybody based on that threshold. So maybe it's that, but maybe at a scheduling conflict.
Actually, that hurts the middle class. You're right, because all the rich people put everything in trust and skirt it. And if you don't have money to be able to do that, and you're at 750, then you're the sucker who pays.
Right, and they also his plan. Excuse me, they. I think his pronouns are he, him. The proposal is also dramatically raising the rate at which you would be taxed on that estate, even though it's not really estate. It's just money that you socked away that you didn't spend during your lifetime. You want to give to your dear relatives.
An article in the New York Post today about how people in Brooklyn and Bryan are up in arms about men's homeless shelter going up in their community. Now, this was a project, by the way, that was in the works for a while. It's not like it's a new Mamdani thing. But I was reading the article and thinking to myself, Brooklyn's a borough. You also voted for this. You voted for, right, for Mandami and social justice and all of this stuff. So what's the problem with the homeless shelter, the men's homeless shelter in your community?
You're getting what you asked
Right.
for, because they know now, it's like, oh, you meant you were gonna do that in my neighborhood? I didn't think it was gonna be my neighborhood, and then here it is, and they know it's just gonna be like lawlessness, okay, so you got what you asked for. I know Mamdani didn't show up to the tax thing, and I guess he didn't show up at the No Kings rallies either, but don't worry, the Democratic Socialists of America organized it, so he was there in spirit. And here we are talking about whether he's gonna tax the wealthy. You're right, Dagan, it's gonna be worse than that. There were people waving hammer and sickle flags at the No Kings. They're not taxing the wealthy, they're taking your stuff.
Yep.
Like, they're just gonna appropriate your assets. Because the same people who were there are the ones who get behind, who was that, Pramila Jayapal, who said we need reparations for illegal aliens? Taxing the wealthy is that's like the very first little appetizer you're gonna get in this 12-course Mamdani feast on your assets. And by the end of it, you're not gonna have anything left except maybe a little voice to plead with him to please give you crumbs back from what he took. They're way beyond wealthy on this one. I'm being Wednesday's child on this one.
You are, so, and I'm gonna be the other way. Desperate for this to go through. I want all of these proposals to go through, and I want them to go through as fast as they can. I want taxes at 100%, because I want to see the experiment play out.
You don't pay taxes, so we don't even care. We know you're a tax operative. You've already revealed that on this show.
So, paying a lot of taxes, thank you, Brian, this year, I am.
Federal.
And state, a couple in Cali and New York.
Okay.
But I do, because we're looking at maybe a California Republican governor. So maybe we start to see the pendulum swing so far with Newsom that
But does it
maybe
go
this
too far
fall.
or we can't recover is the question.
We
If all
can't,
of these
the
go
pendulum
through-
swing the other way.
No,
I
no,
want to
no.
see.
The problem is that Mamdani is gonna have he's gonna cause permanent damage to New York that will be lasting decades to fix. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the collagen. This will help to remodel your joints. If you have arthritis or a sports injury, this will help to build up the cartilage, help to build up the cushioning of the joint, reduce the pain, block enzymes that erode the joint. Do a little bit of resistance training. Take the collagen. You can stack it with the collagen that I have on my store. You can also use the super strong relief to reduce the pain that you may have from your arthritis or with the sports injury. But take the collagen. The earlier you take it, the better, because you want to block those enzymes that erode the joint, so you give your body the ability to heal it. If you don't take care of your joint health, your joints will erode to the point where you can't fix it and you may need surgery. So the earlier you attack the problem, the better. So please go to my store, get the collagen, and improve your joint health. Also, I have Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost has 68 nutrients. It's a very comprehensive compound profile shown on the screen here. You can read the label on my website. This will target many different systems, but overall, you're going to slow down the aging process. It boosts up your energy levels, revs up your metabolism, helps with musculature, helps with your cardiovascular health, your brain function. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Boomer Boost. This is important to take every day to slow down the aging process. And you'll have more energy, you'll be more active, better brain function, more musculature, better immune system, better cardiovascular system. So please go to my store and get the Boomer Boost. Make sure that you use discount 5, all caps, discount 5, to save some money. Costs are more expensive, and guess what? I want you to save some money. I want you to be taking the products and slowing down the aging process. It works. You'll get healthy. All you got to do is just follow my advice. Go to the store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video. All right, let's go to MS Now. Mondani shows that generational change, Mondani shows what generational change looks like. So this is MS Now.
The New York Times is headlined, Mondani shows what it looks like when generational change actually takes place. And the mayor has approached the 100-day mark in office. There's certainly some who have been dedicated opposition. I'm looking at the New York Post to my left. But at this point, they haven't really laid a glove on him. His poll numbers really high. Talk to us about what you wrote, how he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, one of the secrets to his success so far has been really driving the narrative. He understands that this is an attention economy. And every day they're putting out not just content on Instagram and social media, but he's crisscrossing the city. He's extremely visible. He cares a lot about that press strategy. And so far it's working. And I think the secret behind that is his youth and the youth of those around him. I mean, this is a really stark contrast with what we see throughout much of the Democratic Party and its establishment. These are people who are in their 30s or even younger. And so they are working constantly. They are working around the clock in some cases. They have late night phone calls, conference calls. They're up early and they're, across the boroughs, constantly. And so I think that's something that's hard to replicate. Of course, we're also seeing some, I wouldn't call them red flags. I would say there are just some points of concern that can emerge with this kind of management strategy also, which is you have to pace yourself. There's not been a serious crisis yet. So they haven't done this really difficult job during, any kind of terror attacks or anything like that. So they're going to have to pace themselves. But also, we got to make sure that there's enough people in that room to be sure that someone can tell the mayor no.
So the people around the mayor and the mayor himself, he's young.
Yep.
He's energetic. He's full of energy, full of ideas and everything like that. What are his prospects if he runs afoul of the New York Police Department?
Well, that's a great question. I mean, listen, his relationship with the New York Police Commissioner, Jessica Tisch, is fascinating. And the fact that he actually appointed her to that role, even though they have deep differences in policy, really suggests that he understands that he needs to have the support of some of the establishment in order to run the city well. He also cares about people and he wants to keep the public safe. So, in that they are aligned. But I do think that ultimately some of those fissures may get larger. And, that's like an open question. So far, the city is continuing to be very safe. So he's going to be allowed to do what he wants to do with his agenda, as long as that's the case.
Maura, and you're so right. I mean, I learned a very long time ago, I talked about it on the air, that even the most liberal New Yorkers through the years, they want a safe city. And they look at January being the safest January on the record, that things are safe. And it's interesting, every day his critics are going after him, newspapers going after him. And it kind of reminds me after Reagan got elected, Democrats and the media constantly were going after and just couldn't lay a glove on him. And the more they tried, the more frustrated they got. And it's almost like the same thing right now is happening with a guy on the other end of the political spectrum, Mayor Mamdani.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's very popular right now. And there are big challenges ahead. Running New York City is hard. No question. At the moment, he's got a lot of political capital, and he understands that he needs to use that quickly to deliver on some really big promises. Right now, they're very focused on universal childcare initiative. And look, if he can get that done alongside Governor Hochul, that's going to be a huge win, not just for Democrats, but for Americans. That's something that can be replicated across the country. And that's something that former Mayor Bloomberg showed. When you do things that benefit people and their
universal childcare? Well, wait a minute. That sounds like universal health care. And that turned into a disaster and cost us way too much. No. Less government is better government, not more government.
You can take that show on the road and you can change people's lives. When he banned smoking in bars and restaurants, for example, with the bike lanes. I mean, this is about politics, but it's also about delivering, just showing that government can actually deliver for people. That it's not just about raising gas prices with an unwanted war or masked agents in the streets, or upending air travel. It actually can still deliver for people. So he's got a lot to prove, and they're hard at work at it.
So Maura, you raised a concern in that you said it's important to figure out whether somebody can say no to the mayor. I went on and on and on a couple of days ago about how the president of the United States needs somebody that can walk in and say, no, Mr. President, bad idea. Well, let's not do that. Is there a growing sense around the mayor that he does not take no for an answer?
No, the issue isn't that he doesn't take no. He's a very different character than President Trump. The issue is just that there aren't a lot of people with the kind of experience that years on Earth and years in office can bring to have the confidence to kind of tell this very highly charismatic and energetic mayor, no, that's not such a good idea. There aren't a lot of people in the building who are over the age of 45.
All right, that's an issue. So,
see, lack of experience, no historical context, and don't understand economics. Mamdani is going to destroy New York City. No doubt about it. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the C60. You can get an avocado oil, extra virgin olive oil, and MCT coconut oil. C60 has to be suspended in oil for proper absorption. Take it on an empty stomach for best results, preferably in the morning. Take a teaspoon a day every day. What this will do is soak up free radicals. It's a very strong antioxidant. It's about 1,000 times stronger than vitamin C. And what this will do is soak up the free radicals, reduce stress in your cells. The mitochondria is going to be healthier. You're going to have more energy because you'll have more ATP produced from your mitochondria. And if your cells are performing better, your tissues will perform better. If your tissues are performing better, guess what? Your organ systems perform better. Your immune system will be better. Your endocrine system will be better. Your glands will perform better. Your brain function will perform better. Your cardiovascular system will perform better. And guess what? You're attacking two really important vectors of aging. You're soaking up free radicals and reducing stress by taking C60. I've been doing this for a protocol for my supplement protocol for over 10 years. 10 years. Every day. Teaspoon a day. You can get it in a 2-ounce, a 4-ounce, or an 8-ounce configuration. This is the best antioxidant you can get. There's nothing better. Nothing. So soak up those free radicals, boost up your energy levels. And what you're going to notice is that your body is healing. You're starting to get back into homeostasis. You'll have more energy. Your immune system will be better. Your brain function will perform better. You're going to have a better cardiovascular system because you're soaking up free radicals and reducing plaque formation. These are all really important. So it's very important to take the C60. Now, this stacks really well with resveratrol to help with your skin. This is the reason why. If you follow my protocol, you will look younger. It's really simple. And a great anti-aging protocol is to take the probiotics, take the multivitamin from my store, take the Max 35, take the C60, the turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans, and the Boomer Boost. You take all that together, that's supercharged anti-aging protocol. Why? Because it's boosting up your energy levels, bringing down inflammation, soaking up free radicals. And when you do that on a regular basis, all these different organ systems are going to perform better. Now you can even supercharge the protocol by applying a holistic approach. Proper diet and exercise, resistance training, cardiovascular training. You want to be heavier on the resistance training. You want to build muscle. Balancing exercises and stretching. Those all are very important, not just for your musculature and your skeletal system, but also for brain, because you're activating your nerves. You're activating that cerebellum for balancing. Super important, especially when you get older. Proper sleep. When you sleep properly, you're detoxifying your central nervous system. You're consolidating memory. You're going to be well rested. Good sleep slows down aging. Mindfulness, bringing your body into parasympathetic mode to reduce stress, and learning new things to challenge your brain. If you apply a holistic approach with taking the proper supplementation, you're going to slow down the aging process. Or you can be a stupid ass and age faster and have problems and need medications that give you lots of side effects. Which path do you want? The proper path, the path that I'm telling you to take, or you want to pick the path that most stupid people take? It's up to you. All right, next. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, let's listen into Fareed Zakaria. Dr. Zakaria, who knows so much.
Wait, I want to start with a new timeline the president gave tonight. Among many of the things he said about the war in Iran, he said it will be done in 2 to 3 weeks. What does that tell you?
It tells me that President Trump is trying to find a way to end this war unilaterally. The problem he has is that he wants to end the war clearly at this point. The Iranians have a get a vote, and their vote seems to be to continue it because they want to exact a price by stressing the world economy, driving the price of oil up, keeping the Strait of Hormuz closed. So the president seems to be, in a sense, unilaterally saying, look, we're going to wind down activities. My guess is what he's doing is saying 2 to 3 weeks, because that gives him enough time to pummel the Iranians even more, which is what his Gulf state allies want, Saudi Arabia, the UAE. And then it seems as though they're preparing for a strategy where they simply leave. And maybe the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. Maybe it's not. Maybe they get an agreement. But it's a way out. It strikes me as a rather bizarre situation, because you would have the Strait of Hormuz closed. Oil would still be extremely expensive, but it appears that the White House is searching for a way out. And as they have, through this entire process, they're sort of freelancing and throwing stuff up and seeing if it will work. And that seems the new idea. Just quit and go home after a few more weeks of this pounding.
And as for the Strait, he really seemed to confirm all the reporting over the last few days that he'd been telling aides that we can end this without reopening the Strait of Hormuz. He flat out said tonight, what happens in the Strait, it's not going to be us that has anything to do with it. Basically saying the United States will not be the one to open the Strait. So where does that leave things?
Well, as I say, it's completely bizarre, because not only are the strategic objectives of the war then not achieved, you have the same Iranian regime in place with even more hardliners, with the Revolutionary Guards in place. They are earning twice as much oil, from their oil as they were before, because the price of oil has almost doubled. And they are making potentially hundreds of millions of dollars.
Well, the thing is that once Trump stops bombing Iran and leaves, oil is going to go back to $70 a barrel. Now, I don't think it'll be trading in the range of 58 to 65 like it was pre-war with Iran. It's probably going to trade in the range of probably 65 to 70 or 70 to 75 range. But it sure as hell ain't going to be $100. But let's listen to Dr. Zakaria who seems to know it all.
Fees, $2 million per boat that goes through the Strait of Hormuz. In that way, they are holding hostage the Gulf states, Saudi Arabia. And so you've created a situation which is much, much worse for America and its allies, much, much better for Iran. Yes, they are militarily in very bad shape, but they have enough power to do what I just described, which seems to me to be a very, very difficult situation to spin as a win for the United States or its allies.
You say Iran, they have enough power. The question is, who is they? Because the president, I think the third bit of news he made tonight is he flat out said what others have been saying the last few days. He said there has been regime change. The regime has changed in Iran, and he's claiming the regime now is much more reasonable. So how accurate is that assessment?
Well, I mean, it's frankly makes absolutely no sense. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but look, when you say regime change, what you're referring to is the system of government. The system of government in Iran is fully in place. The people who have replaced the old office holders appear to be more hardline, more militaristic. They are the ones who blocked the Strait of Hormuz. They are the ones who attacked Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Qatar. They are the ones who are refusing to open the Strait of Hormuz. So how you can claim this is a new regime, I don't understand. How you can claim they're being more reasonable while at the same time you're admitting they're not coming to a deal. How can they be so reasonable if they're not coming to an agreement? The whole thing makes no sense. And I think, frankly, it's just it's political spin. I mean, it would be like saying that the United States had a regime change when one party changes control. What regime change means is what President Trump implied in his declaration of war, which was that the people of Iran will rise up, throw out this regime, put in place presumably a democracy.
I agree with him on
I
this.
say there's a very simple test of whether there is regime
I'm
change
concerned
in
about
Iran.
Trump bailing and not making sure that the IRGC is completely destroyed and they can't reconstitute, and that the theocratic regime is completely destroyed and can't be reconstituted. That's what worries me. Trump is probably going to fail at this item. And because of that, later in the future, it won't be in his presidency, but some president down the road, maybe the next president or a couple presidencies down the road, Iran will rise up and use weapons of mass destruction on the United States because Trump wasn't willing to go all the way and destroy. If you're gonna go to war, you have to destroy your enemy 100%. You can't give any quarter.
Whether it has taken place. Go ask an Iranian in Tehran. Go ask any of the people who have suffered through this regime for 4.5 decades whether they think there's been regime change. And I think they will tell you no.
That's true. That's true. And Trump needs to push on and make sure that the theocratic regime is destroyed. But the thing is that the seculars within Iran need to rise up against the government. You know, the United States can't do everything for them.
Regime that has been oppressing them for the last 47 years is still firmly in place.
Zakaria, thank you so much for being with us.
As always, a pleasure.
And with us now, New York Times White House correspondent Maggie Haberman. Maggie, the White House announced just a few minutes ago the president's going to address the nation tomorrow night at 9 p.m. on Iran. I know this news just broke a few minutes ago, but do you have any idea what we can expect him to say?
I don't think that he is likely to say, but again, John, it's President Trump, and we have heard various versions of what the U.S. could do over the last days and weeks, frankly. And as you noted earlier in the show, it is still within the 4 to 6 week time frame. I don't expect that he is going to say, yes, we are there for the long haul. I don't expect that he is going to say, we're going to go, send ground forces in to overtake Carter Island. But obviously anything is possible. Everything that he has indicated, including what he said today, is that he wants to start wrapping this up in terms of the US involvement. There are, aspects of this campaign that the US can point to as success in terms of degrading aspects of Iran's military equipment, in terms of degrading aspects of their navy, their air fleet. But is it a regime change, as Fareed said? Certainly not, in terms of what the country actually looks like. This doesn't seem like it's trending toward a democracy. It's a theocracy of 90 million people and has been for many decades now, number one. But number two, Iran does have a say in this. And so if what ends up happening is the Strait of Hormuz is still closed, even if there are some permissions allowed, that's different than what it was before. And if there is no agreement about the nuclear enrichment stockpile, the US is going to be back here at some point, most likely, no matter what.
Maggie, what are you hearing is going on behind the scenes with the mixed, sometimes conflicting messages? Just take the Strait of Hormuz, for instance. Yesterday morning, when I was on TV, put out this statement saying if Iran doesn't open it immediately, we're going to bomb oil plants, desalination plants, et cetera, et cetera. And today, he's saying really the exact opposite, that we don't need the Strait open. It's not our problem.
I don't think it is a deep strategy, John, other than the fact that the president on a basic, cellular level likes to keep people off balance and likes to preserve what people who have known him for a long time would describe as optionality. And that certainly is optionality. It's just hard to do optionality moment to moment with a military that has to go, to the Middle East, and that takes days to get a fleet in place and people can track movements and so forth. I know you see this, we all see this. This is much more of a one-man band presidency than what we saw in term one. It is a very small group of advisors around him. There are fewer leaks that come out. It doesn't mean that they don't happen at all, but it is a tighter group. And in general, they want to see him succeed. Unlike term one, where people either actively wanted to stop him or disagreed with what he was doing. In this case, he is running his own show. You will notice that you do not see a lot of people leaning out ahead of him, other than when you see Pete Hegseth, who is clearly very strongly a voice for military action against Iran, and you've seen that over and over again. That's also true behind the scenes. But he doesn't say anything that would upset the president or jostle the president. And generally, what you see either the White House press office say, or the Secretary of Defense say, or others say, is the press is trying to harm President Trump by, evaluating this war as anything other than the success that he says it is. So there's not some grander thing happening here. He is reacting and he is engaging and he is trying to keep people off balance. And we will have a better sense of what his plan is tomorrow night. Again, I just don't know what it means in terms of what Iran will do.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the heirloom barley. This will help it detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. Super important to take every day. And when you do this every day, this is a month supply, you take this every day, it's going to help with your immune system, your endocrine system, help you recover after a workout, help with joint health, reduce inflammation of the joint, and help with brain function and cardiovascular health. Bringing down inflammation and soaking up free radicals will slow down the aging process. And detoxifying your body allows your body to go into homeostasis. Guess what? Get the heirloom barley, take it every day. You can stack it with the Boomer Boost to get added benefits. And it's a great way, if you stack it with the Boomer Boost, to control your A1C levels, your blood glucose levels. So please go to my store, get the heirloom barley. That's the end of my broadcast for today. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. For the ones that have watched the live version, I will repost this tonight. The big takeaway is that depending on what Trump says at 9 o'clock tonight depends on the way the oil markets will perform in the equity markets. If what he says seems to be a de-escalation of the war, equities will rally and oil will start to fall. If he says something that seems that there will be ground forces and there's going to be a short-term escalation, I suspect that equities will fall and oil will go up. So pay attention. 9 p.m. tonight, I believe that you're going to start seeing some action in the futures market and in the Asian session. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.